Attention pits, racers, if you're looking for tech, it is now at the brown building, the tech shack, right when you come through the gate. Once you paid your money, then you make the corner, you come around, you saw the brown building. That is where tech will be the rest of the day. They are moved, stage lanes are now open. This lane assignment today, it's also written on the back of the board. We're going to start out with stock and motorcycles in lane 1. Hot rod, you'll be in lane 2. E-gas, lane 3. D-gas, you'll be in lane 4. C-gas, lane 5. B-gas, 6 and 7. A-gas, you'll be in 8 and 9. If stock and hot rod, if you want to start making your way up to the stage lanes, we're going to start here in a few minutes. If you want to make your first hit, you're welcome to bring them up to the stage lanes. Stock and hot rod. Stock, you'll be in lane 1. Hot rod, lane 2. Then we'll call the rest of you up as we go. Again, racer, stock racers, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas will take you, lane number 3. All these assignments are also written on the back of the board. D-gas, again, racers, here's a lane assignment. Stock and motorcycles, lane number 1. Hot rod, you will be in lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, you will be in lane number 4. C-gas, lane number 5. B-gas, you'll be in lane 6 and 7. A-gas, 8 and 9. And when we call you up, super stock, you'll be 10 and 11, but don't come up yet because we don't want you sitting there waiting all day. FX, you'll be in 12. Dragsters and alters, when we call you up, you'll be in 5 and 6. But don't come up until we call you, please, so you're not waiting forever. Thank you. Our first car out, this is Dan Janke. He's out of Minnesota. If you remember, 3 years ago, Dan crashed the 64 Plymouth Savoy here. He just got it done today. He's driving Belvedere. He's hoping all will go well. Again, this is Dan Janke. He's from Minnesota. 3 years ago, if you were here, you remember he crashed that beautiful Plymouth Savoy that he had. Dan and Sandy, they're the owners of this beautiful car. Here in the left lane, we've got Pete Holland. He's a truck driver during the week, but today he's driving his 1966 Dodge Coronet wagon, 440 cubic inch underneath the hood of that there Coronet wagon. Charlie Smith, he's over here in the left lane, Downers Grove, Illinois. He's driving this 47 Ford Coupe, 408 cubic inches of power for Charlie over here in the left lane. That's a Don right lane. Ron Bruder, he's in the 30 Ford Model A Tudor, 355 cubic inches there. He's 73 years old, been racing Ford 60 years. It's a family affair. Sponsors is Ron Standard Services. Left lane's going to go 1189, 108. Right lane 1324, 102 mile an hour. Racers, attention to pits. If you want to make your time run, you want to make a hit, now's your time. Remember, make one run, then come back. Wait until we call you to come back. Don't come right back up. Hot Rod, you're in lane 2. E-Gas 3, D-Gas 4. C-Gas lane number 5. B-Gas lane 6 and 7. A-Gas, you'll be in 8 and 9. Then Superstock 10 and 11. FX, you'll be in lane number 12. We'll get that far, we'll run out to 12, and then we'll move over to dragsters and alters, but not yet. Just stay put for a little bit until we get done with all these other classes. And then we will call you up, we'll take turns, we'll rotate, get you as many runs as we can. Again, thank you for coming out. This is Brian Gilligan. He's over here in the left lane. The 48 Willys Speedster. He's got a Chevy under the hood of that. Right lane, Denny Perry, Lucas, Ohio. He's driving a 61 Chevy Bel Air. He's got 409 cubic inches, and it's a 4-speed. Left lane will get there first. Jeepster, 14 flat, 95 mile an hour. Right lane, 1488 at 90 mile an hour. Left lane is Alex Bunch. He's over here in a 1949 Ford F1, Whoop, Alex, he's overheating. Don't have the Falcon on file yet. See how quick he can go in that little white Ford Falcon. $13.67, 101 mile an hour in that right lane. That is the oil and outlets lane.
Might be water, it's hard to tell. He's got that green pad, though. Yeah, yeah. Right now. Okay, good.
Again, racers, if you're looking to make your time run, now is a perfect time. E-gas, you're over there in lane 3. Hot rod, we already run you once, I believe. If not, come back up and we'll get you a second time around. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, lane number 4. C-gas, lane 5. B, 6 and 7. A-gas, you'll be in 8 and 9. Super stock, nostalgia super stock, 10 and 11. FX, you'll be in lane 12. After you run all those classes out, then we'll go to the dragsters and alters, but not yet, because you'll be in lanes 5 and 6, and we're using those other cars right now. So just stay put until it's your turn. And if you have not been over to the Souvenir Superstore, now's your time. They have a limited edition of the 2023 Glory Days t-shirts. If you want one, now would be your time to get over there. Also, they have the VP race fuels if you need anything over there. Also, if you're on the west side, the Blue Goose Beer Tavern, it is open. The Blue Goose trailer, they have beer products over there. It is open if you want a cold beer today. The Blue Goose Tavern is open on the left side, on the west side of the racetrack. If you want a cold beer, they got it. Plus, there's food vendors. They're spread throughout the place, along with the Dragway Diner. If you're looking for something to eat, we have vendors placed throughout the facility. So you'll be able to find yourself something to eat, something to drink, without walking very far. Again, thank you for coming out here to the Glory Days here at Byron Dragway, the playground of power. We'll be running here shortly. We got a little cleanup on the starting line, then we'll be ready to go. And racers, if you're going down track and you think you have a problem with your car, please pull it off to the side, and we'll send somebody down to check it out. Don't keep going if you think you might be making a mess, because it's going to take a lot longer to clean up a quarter mile of liquid than it would 5 feet of it. So if you're having an issue, please pull the car off to the side as soon as you can. Come to a stop, and our crew will come out and check it out for you and let you know. Thank you again. Lane assignments: E-gas, lane number 3. D, lane number 4. C-gas 5. B-gas 6 and 7. A-gas 8 and 9. Super stock 10 and 11. FX, you'll be in lane number 12. Pete Estrada over here in the left lane in the Chevy, he's going to go 1350, 78. Pickup truck over there in the right lane is going to run 1311, 102 mile an hour. James Neely, he's over here in the left lane, 66 Chevy Malibu, 327. Smokey Mo Speed Shop. Over there in the right lane, it is Smokey Mo. He's in the Hustler, 55 Chevy. He's got 327 in this also. $55 years work on this car in the right lane. Left lane will get there first, 1420. 82 mile an hour. Right lane's going to go 1651, 61 mile an hour. John Conrad, he's over here. He's in the 52. Willie's Arrow, 383 cubic inch. He's in the 236. Right lane. That is Bob Cloutier. Right lane will get there first, 1176, 114, 1254, 104 in the left lane. Left lane, this is Brian Fortor. He's over here, 61 Chevy Impala in the left lane, 406 cubic inches. Over there in the right lane. Left lane's going to go 1150.
Side, little Anglia alongside the early Chevy 2 over on the right. At the top end left side, Bacon goes 1169 at 110 miles an hour. Right side was right there, 1168 at 110. So it looks like Nelson Boys 59 Anglia being shut off right now. Alongside the 56 Chevrolet over there on the right-hand side, the Lang machine. Good looking, 4-door over there, the gray and white operation. Left lane, Preston Nelson out of Maskell, Nebraska. I was just in Nebraska a couple weeks ago. Little 59 Anglia, the yellow machine over here on the left. Looks like we've got a car that stopped at the top end over there on the right-hand side. So we're going to make sure that the racing surface is good to go. As we had a report of maybe something out there on the racing surface, and we want to get that cleaned up before we send the next pair down the track. So those are not words you want to hear. A little of the what they call it on the Beverly Hillbillies, the Texas tea. Liquid gold. That'd be Earl for you from the south, or oil for you folks from the north. So we're going to be down just a minute, make sure everything is cleaned up before we send the next cars down the track. Terry's been telling you all morning about everything that's open. The Blue Goose open over there.
Yeah, we got quite a few big chunks. There's also like screws and everything else.
Ooh, parts and pieces. This is chunky. This is not good. You know, you might like your peanut butter chunky, but you don't like your race car parts to be chunky. And so the little Chevy 2 having a bad Friday morning. Blue Goose open over there, get you some liquid libation over there, or some Byron Dragway logoed apparel as well. Food trucks on both sides of the track. The diner open over here on the right. Been smelling good all morning long. I have to check that out. And what'd you call it, Terry? The Souvenir Superstore? Souvenir Superstore. Our limited edition 2023 Glory Days apparel over there. And I think it's going to go fast because there is a limited selection available to you over there. If we have to pull out the little red truck, that's not good. And there goes the little red truck. But we'll get right to work on getting things cleaned up. Terry up here started with one pile of tech cards. He now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 piles of tech cards. He's just 9 times more confused than he was before. We do appreciate y'all coming out here for our Glory Days weekend. Happy that each and every one of you made the trip from wherever you came from to join us this weekend. We will have a little bit of night racing here at Byron Dragway, and if you know the history of this track, that's kind of a rare treat indeed, because the facility did not have any form of lights for most of its history. And this weekend we got the portable light towers in place to give you some night racing, and particularly tomorrow night, our big show on Saturday night under the lights beginning at 7 p.m. But we'll be running under the lights tonight until our curfew, which will happen a little bit before 10 p.m. Hey, while we got a minute with our top end cleanup down there, we'll let you know about Gasser Wars Magazine, the best gasser and short base whip car magazine on the planet. They're advertisers. Hotheads, Victory Performance Parts, West Coast Converters, DJ Safety, Moon Eyes, and Radar Custom Wheels. Stop by and see Phil right over here, the big toter sitting right next to the tower, just to the north of the tower. Their advertisers are stepping up to sponsor a bunch of giveaways here, courtesy of Gasser Wars magazines and their advertisers. For Gasser Wars magazine, they're giving away 4 subscriptions. They'll also be awarding 2 plaques, the Best Gasser Award and the Editor's Choice Award. Hotheads Research and Racing will be giving away 4 $50 certificates towards a purchase from the Hotheads inventory. Victory Performance Parts, driveline components, 5 $100 gift certificates towards purchase. West Coast Converters, 1 $200 certificate towards purchase. DJ Safety, 4 $50 certificates towards purchase. Moon Eyes, 4 $50 certificates towards purchase. And Radar, 4 $50 certificates towards purchase. Again, you want to find out more about those giveaways and awards, or find out more about Gasser Wars Magazine and subscribe, stop by the Toter Home right next to the tower on the north side. Looks like the race car has been moved off of the racing surface down there, and we're waiting for the all clear so we can fire these cars back up and send them down the track. I didn't blow that up, whatever. Hey, just a reminder of the schedule. We're going to be racing today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So we hope you have a great 3 days here at Byron Dragway, which we're running tonight until about 9:30. Tomorrow, we start sending cars down the track at 11. We'll have a special session beginning at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Excuse me, 7 o'clock tomorrow night until 9:30. And then on Sunday, we'll have open racing as well from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Hey, the Anglia is fired up now. Over here on the left-hand side, it looks like the Anglia is going to find the pre-stage beam. Jeff Spearling out there holding him up, telling the Tri-5 Chevrolet to do the burnout. And the 4-door car getting pulled into the stage beams over there on the right-hand side. These are in our gasser categories, the B-gas combination A-gas on the right. And we'll get back after it now. They head to the top end of the track. Left side, it's a 1077 at 121. That's the Anglia. And the Chevrolet 1093 at 122. Coming up next, it's the Silver Stude over here on the left hand. How about the Bullet car over here, the Studebaker? Alongside the Green Hornet. High and handsome B-gas machine over there on the right-hand side. Steve Liberto, New Berlin, Wisconsin, in the Green Hornet. The 27 Ford Coupe. Definitely not chopped and channeled over there. Sitting up high and handsome. And another Wisconsin machine over here on the right with a wraparound rear window, the Silver Stew. Studebaker out front, going to stretch it out a little bit, getting to the finish line. And at the top end, the Studebaker gets there first. 1087 at 119. The Green Hornet 1102 at 118 miles per hour. How about the Seagas 57, Chad Stewart, Tonica, Illinois. 57 Bel Air, small block equipped machine. That's left side. Neil Brown over on the right. B-gas category. I'm going to say an older vintage Chevrolet. Early 50s Chevrolet, 51 Chevy Fleet Line over there for Neil Brown out of Ringwood, Illinois. Pair of classic hot rods getting set to stage up here, left and right. Left side here at Byron Dragway is the Don Service Center lane. Right side, Autoland outlets over there on the right. They're not on the scoreboards just yet, but those are new, beautiful scoreboards down there at the top of the track. One of these days, signing will be done. All right, we need A-gas to lanes 8 and 9 and super stock to 10 and 11. A-gas to 8 and 9, super stock to 10 and 11. 11-12 left side for the 57. 11-12 at 119. Right side, the Fleet Line, 1066 at 122. He calls it sinister. Over here, the Wisconsin-based 56 Chevrolet, left side. And how about the Nomad wagon? All gassed up, right side of the track. To the top end, side by side. Left side, 1036 at 127. Right side, 1056. Slowing just a little bit at 124 miles per hour. Coming up next, I think it's I know it's a Corvette, I think it's a 60. Could be a 58. Kind of missed the shift there on the 1-2 shift. He'll click it off early and coast on through. To the top end, 1234 at 71 miles an hour. He kind of wound it up a little bit too far on the 1-2 shift and missed the shifter. All right. So I'm going to say that's a little Cobra over there on the left or on the right. All I know is it's got a whole lot of motor as I head for the other end of the track. And again, he was just making an 1/8 mile run there. At the quarter mile, 960 at 98, but at the 1/8 mile, 555 at 127 miles per hour. More of the Tri-5 contingent, the Steve Coons Assassin over here on the left, Super Stock D. Right side, the Handyman. Don's wagon over there, we need A-gas to lanes 8 and 9, Super Stock to lanes 10 and 11. A-gas 8 and 9, Super Stock 10 and 11. We need you now as we are just about out of race cars. the Assassin Machine out of Wisconsin. Race Quip, Janesville, Wisconsin on the deck lid there. And the Handyman over there on the right. The Long Grove Racer rolls in on the right-hand side, left side. Drops the clutch. Heads for the top end. That is the Assassin. And the little wagon alongside. At the finish line. 1290 at 105 miles an hour left side on the 3-pedal car. 1212 at 87. Slowing at the finish on the right side. Coming up next, the Valiant. Over there, right-hand lane. Looks like little car going to make a solo run over there. Again, we are just about out of race cars. We need a gas to lanes 8 and 9 and super stock to 10 and 11. Come on down. We will take you now. The Valiant out there on a nice little Friday morning cruise. 1591 at 96 miles per hour for the Valiant. A-Gas 8 and 9, Super Stock 10 and 11. Factory Experimental will take you to lane 12. We need you. Come on down. A-Gas, Super Stock, Factory Experimental. We'll take all three of those categories to the lanes right now. The All Primer Chevrolet over here in the D-Gas category alongside the A-Gas Chevy 2. Over there on the right, the Tough 2 machine. John Herman out of Salem, South Dakota. Over here on the left-hand side at 50, Chevrolet Coupe, 327 small block equipped. We're up here sorting through tech cards best as we can. And the Tough 2 machine. Going to be the quicker of the two getting to the finish line. Red light start, doesn't matter. It's just a time run, 10:32 at 1:31. Right side for the Tough 2 machine. 13:39 at 98 over here on the left for the 50 Chevy. How about the D-Gas Impala? Rolling up left side. Alongside the Bel Air on the right. There stays and ready. And away they go. To the quarter-mile mark they go. 13:42 at 1:02 left side for the Impala. Right side, the Bel Air, 13:45 at 1:01. A-Gas, 8 and 9. Super Stock, 10 and 11. Factory Experimental Lane, 12. We need you now. We only got like one car up there. By the way, if you made a run already You are done until we call your group back up again. Only one run per session, please. Chevy 2 on the left, 32 Ford on the right. Top end says 1247 right side for the little Ford Coupe. 1419 for the bow tie machine left side at 99 miles per hour. Coming up next, it's Dave Dexter over here on the left-hand side, the 62 Chevy 2. And the right side, that is the Nova over there of Steve Schuster. Garden Prairie, Illinois. I think that's Illinois. Yeah, that's Illinois. Garden Prairie, Illinois. Sounds like a very nice, peaceful place. 63 Nova over there on the right. Pair of two-door machines have lined up side by side. Again, A-Gas, 8 and 9, Super Stock, 10 and 11. Factory Experimental, Lane 12. We need you now. 1310 at 111, the left side. Right side, the Nova, 1216 at 110. And if you're making your way to the lanes, we appreciate you. And if you're not there, we need you now. How about the little pickup over here on the left side? He says it's out of Mad Dog's garage. And then the right side, 56 over there. Nice. Black Tri-5 machine, 1379 at the top end at 101. And a little pickup truck on the left, 1568 at 87 miles per hour. The weekend stripper comes out of the water box right now alongside Chevrolet 4-door. I believe that's a 210 over here on the over on the left side. Yanking the gears there over here on the left side, trying to get there first. Will out front. About a 1404 at 99 miles an hour, almost triple digits there. And a 1490 right side at 89. How about the lemon yellow Willys? Backing into the water box right now. And the Ford pickup truck on the right. He calls it Glory Days. How appropriate for our event. A little phenomenon going on right here. The burnout smoke actually heavy enough to turn on the stage beam over there on the right-hand side. So Jeff steps out there, holds up the little pickup truck to make sure that it waits until and we got big time trouble there for the truck. As you see, parts and pieces coming out of it right there. And thank you to the Glory Days pickup truck, as he knew exactly what to do. Pulls over as quickly and as safely as he can. But I see drive shaft, third member. All of that is not any good. So we're going to be down for just a couple of minutes to get everything cleaned up over here on the right-hand side as the Glory Days pickup. Not exactly having a glorious day. As, again, it's chunky. Big chunky. Our crew will have their hands full here for a few minutes as they get everything cleaned up in the right-hand lane. And once they do that, we will be back to action. Great opportunity to stop by, get some food, get you a t-shirt, get you a nice cool adult beverage, whatever might suit your fancy. We can take care of you right now. Souvenir Superstore open, and get yourself some apparel from Glory Days here. Our selection, we've got some great choices over there, but the quantities are limited. So if you want something to commemorate the 2023 edition of Glory Days, stop by over there. Get yourself taken care of. We'll sit back and relax, because not a heck of a lot we can say other than clean up in a while too. We'll be back to you in just a few minutes.
Okay, if you're wandering around right now and you're hungry, West Side, they got the briskets, cheese curds, Italian beef, deep fried sweet corn. I'm told, pit reporter told me that deep fried sweet corn, you got to try it. It is delicious. That's over on the West Side. Plus, we got the Blue Goose. They're selling the beer over there. Steak sandwiches also. Corn dogs. West Side, they've got it. They got a lot of food vendors over there if you're hungry. And if you're over here on the east side, we got the Trackside Tavern. They're open along with the regular concession stand. Trackside Diner, they're open also. And while you're over there, there's a line, but it's worth the wait. Get yourself that souvenir 2023 Glory Days t-shirt before they run out. There is a limited run of those this year, so if you want to get one, I would get it this morning. They may not have them this afternoon. Plenty of food over there on that west side as we get this cleanup. Now's a good time to go ahead and get something to eat. Thank you for everyone coming out here for our Glory Days show. We'll be here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thank you for coming out. Right now, we got a little cleanup we're working on. It won't be much longer. If you are hungry, over here on the east side, we got the Trackside Diner. Plus, they got the Trackside Tavern over here on the west side. If you're over on the west side, they've got steak sandwiches, they've got Italian beef, they got brisket, sweet corn, the Blue Goose. Tavern's also on the other side. It's on the west side. If you're looking for food, we got it spread out throughout the whole facility. Hopefully you don't have to walk very far to get any or wait in any line. That's what it's all about. Plus, Souvenir Superstore. If you've not been there to get your 2023 Glory Days t-shirt, you better make your way over there quickly because they are running out quick. Limited supply. There's a very limited supply of those. If you want to get one, you need to get it right away. And if you need racing fuel, we have VP Race products over there. Any kind of racing fuel or methanol, they can help you out also at the Souvenir Superstore. Like I said, it won't be long. We'll be going again. And thank you to everyone for coming out today, spending your weekend with us here at Byron Dragway, the playground of power. Plus, it's being live streamed. It's on YouTube. If you got someone that's home and they couldn't get there with you, tell them to tune into YouTube. They can watch it all right there. Drag Racer TV on YouTube, that'll get you there. If you are at home and you're tuned in to live stream, yeah, you got a pretty good seat, but you know what? It's not as good as being here. You need to be here if you want the best seat in the house. That is any one of them here at Byron Dragway. Plus, we got all kinds of canopies. They're set up all the way down the hill. They know that's the place to be. That's the place to view. So if you're watching at home, that's good, but it's not nearly as good as being here in person. Super Stockers, 10-11. We're going to be running about 15 minutes, so we'll take Super Stockers, 10-11. Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Lane number 12 for Factory Experimental. And then, right now, I'll make a standby call for the Dragsters and Altereds, lane 5 and 6. Dragsters and Altereds, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, we will take Factory Experimentals, lane number 12. Factory Experimentals, lane number 12. And Dragsters and Alters, 5 and 6. Dragsters and Alters, lanes 5 and 6. If your livelihood depends on your trucks being on the road, then look no further than Jim Casalis Mobile Truck Repair for all of your repair and maintenance needs. Specializing in fleet maintenance, Jim Casalis Mobile Truck Repair comes to your location to service your fleet of all sizes. Because he puts his name on the business, you know that Jim Casalis confidently stands behind his work. Jim Casalis Mobile Truck Repair is located in nearby Kirkland, Illinois, and he can be reached at 815-761-6042. For all your truck repairs, get a hold of Jim Casalis. He'd be more than happy to come out to you and fix any repairs that you would need. Again, his phone number, you might want to put this in your phone in case you break down. You don't want to be thinking, what was that number? It is 815-751-6042. Also, over here on the east side, it's the South Window concession stand. Trackside Tavern is open. The Trackside Tavern is open over here on the east side of the racetrack. They have cold beer, They have your adult beverages there. That's the Trackside Tavern, south window of the concession stand over here on the east side. On the west side, they have the Blue Goose. Blue Goose Mobile Boat Tavern is over there on the west side of the track, directly behind the starting line, across from the starting line. That's the mobile, that's the Blue Goose. Again, factory experimentals, lane number 12 will take you. Dragsters and altereds 5 and 6. Dragsters and altereds 5 and 6, please. Just looked out the window. If you want to get a souvenir superstore, there is no line right now. There is no line over there at the souvenir superstore. Now would be your opportunity. Run over there, grab one of those limited edition 2023 Glory Days t-shirts. Plus they have all kinds of other hats, koozies, license plate frames, stickers, whatever else you may need. And if you're a racer and you're in need of fuel, VP race products are available over there at the souvenir superstore.
So it looks like track cleanup is complete. So drivers, please return to your cars. We're getting ready to run you right now. If you're not suited up and saddled up, we need you to head to your cars right now so we can get you down the track. Everything is ready for you. So go ahead and get loaded back up and ready to go. We're going to start in lane 8. So it looks like the Joker car there and the, I believe that's a little Anglia next to it. Need to get you guys loaded up and ready to roll. And we're going to bring out lanes 8 and 9 first, work our way west, and then come back over here to 5 and 6. So let's get suited up.
You are right, Warren. That is Whitey Hurst. He's over here. He's in the 49 Anglia. He's from Gary, Illinois, over there in the right lane. That's Brian. He's over there in the 55 Chevy. Who are those guys? That's who he's with. Who are those guys in the 55 Chevy? Whitey, he's over here in the Anglia. He's in the left lane. Get your cameras ready. This might be a good one. All right, Whitey, he's going to get there first. 957, 136, that 55 Chevy, 948, 134 mile an hour. Over here in the left lane, this is Doug Henderson. He's driving a 64 Plymouth Savoy, max wedge in that. Over there in the right lane, we have Ike Andrews. Ike, he's out of Bourbonnais, Wisconsin. 63.5 Ford Galaxy, 545 cubic inches. That left lane, he's going to get there first. He's going to go through. 1015, 132, 1071, 118 over there in the right lane. Here in the left lane, Dave Doyle, 64 Plymouth Fury. This is a former West Coast Superstock NHRA car, won the 1974 Winter Nationals in Pomona. Running super stock B. Over there in the right lane, Bob Mosher. 67 Ford Fairlane. It's 427 cubic inch over there in the right lane. 426 Max Wedge over here in the left. See who's gonna get there first. The Fury's out front. The Fury's gonna stay there. Dave, he's gonna go 1092, 121. Bob's gonna go through 1097, right behind him, 124. Cars are really, really close.
Be aware of this.
Dan Kushner, he's here in the left lane, 67 Chevy, 505 cubic inches in this big Impala. Over there in the right lane, the big Dodge wagon. That's Davis is out of Coral, Illinois. Big Impala's out front. Gonna stay there. He's gonna go through 1010, 132. The wagon's 1070, 122 over in the right lane. This is the Assassin over here in the left lane.
Must be getting close. I see Kelly up close. Please don't be in the other lane.
Here is Big Paul Z out of Schofield, Wisconsin on a license run there. 58 Corvette. This time around has to make a moderate pass in there, and it looks like a 1264 at 68 on the quarter mile, 668 at 85 to the 8th. So for some folks, we're getting some licensing passes worked in here, and it sounds like we may have one more of the King Rat rolling up right now. That is going to be Mark Davis out of Trevor, Wisconsin, for the Brew City Gassers operation. Based on the email address, he may be the head man in the King Rat 427 Big Block Chevrolet. Hey, it's 1247 over there on the right-hand side
Okay, thank you.
for the Tri-5 Chevrolet. Now, the Professor. Front engine dragster. I'm going to say that's LS equipped from the looks of it from up here. Alongside the little 8-ball Bantam Altered. Backing up from the burnout right now over here on the left-hand side. A altered, small block, 2 4-barrels sitting on top. Kevin Bunch over here on the left. Straight as a string over there on the right-hand side. Shuts off the timers to an 846 at 154. Left side, the little 8-ball, 1095 at 117. Here's the time warp machine. Injected small block altered, backing up for the burnout right now alongside the Illinois Outlaw. That is Bill Fusting over there. Wild Willie in the Fiat. Eric Shantz over here, Kingsville, Missouri on the left side in the time warp. So Fusting early off the starting line in his little Super Comp style Fiat over there, 862 at 151. Chance over here, right side, 1750 at 47 miles an hour, not at all the run that we were looking for with a little altered, and it looks like the time warp machine slow to head up the hill there, but still under power, so we just got to be a little patient. How about the straight pipe machine over here? He calls it the ornery buzzard. the B-gas dragster, Hilbert injected machine, alongside the Nostalgia front engine dragster, another small block machine over there on the right. Attention in the pit area, double A gas, double A gas. We're a spot where we're ready for you. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Double A gas to lane 9. Double A gas to lane 9. That means the Brew City guys are on standby. If you're not already there, Brew City guys, you're on standby. You'll be in lane 8 and 9 as well. Double A gas to lane 9. Terry's all flustered up here. He's putting everybody in the same lane. He's confused. It'll be all right. We'll find a spot for you. Double A gas to lane 9. Okay, how about double A to 7? Let's do that. 933 for the ornery buzzard at 134. Right side, 964 at 136 for the front motor car. Nostalgia gassers, lanes 5 and 6. We'll take you to the lanes now. Nostalgia gassers to 5 and 6. So we have called double A gassers. We have called Brew City gassers. We have called Nostalgia gassers. We need you. Come on down. Well, this is one of the more unique looking race cars you'll ever see. Frankly, I don't know what the hell it is. It says it's the Kelvinator rocket. Humma. Gordy Bush, I'm told. Oh, he runs this? This is a local guy? He runs this thing all the time? A couple times a year, I'm told. A 55 Nash. Crossbred with something else, clearly. It didn't come like that from the factory. And for Gordy, 1285 at 104. So once again, double A gassers, you have been called. Brew City gassers, you have been called. Nostalgia gassers, you have been called. The Rock and Roll Express. Going to come sliding up here now. Here's Bob Buckley out of Monee, Illinois, the Rock and Roll Express. This car might look like a vintage barn find, but definitely not. The Rue Man built that. .440 Donovan power plant with the huffer on top. A well-engineered piece of equipment over there. Karen T, the backup girl. Although it looks like she's hard at work over there with the gloves on and everything. She's ready to go. Gonna plug in the starter and fire up the Rock and Roll Express. It's like our final car before we get into our gassers, and Terry Simpson to jump back in here and tell you all about our gasser categories here in just a minute. Motor coming to life on the Rock and Roll Express. How about the long smoky burnout there for the Donovan-powered Rock and Roll Express? Bob Buckley going to back up right now. He's taking on the right-hand lane. That is the Autoland Outlets lane over there on the right. Keith Bergen, the Roo Man, out of Australia, fabricated this race car. And some of the best top-running nostalgia cars on the planet came out of the Roo Man chassis shop. Last second preparations here. And we'll put the burgundy and gold machine in the stage beams over there on the right hand side. Again, AA gas, Brew City gassers, nostalgia gassers, you should all be in the staging lanes. Showtime for you coming up now. So immediately the car comes up off the starting line, plants hard, unloads the chassis as all four tires off the ground there. So 775 at 180, but don't be fooled, that car's got a lot more in it. As when he launched from the starting line, it lifted the entire car off of the ground, put it on the wheelie bar, he dropped down, stabbed it again, and headed for the other end. So keep an eye out for that throughout today and tomorrow, as you should see some great runs coming up for the Rock and Roll Express. And with that, looks like we got one more run coming up here for the Valiant. The Valiant coming up here. Working on the licensing process, I'm told. That does say license on the window.
first, then we'll go over there, and then we'll go back to 5 feet flat.
Yeah, but what my question is this the double A NASCAR first? How do I know from the double A? I don't know.
There's the right one.
Okay.
1434.99 miles per hour. So we're going to do a little bit of pre-race here before we go into our show with our AA gas supercharged machines. Once we get them put in the water box, and we're going to present an invocation today and the playing of our national anthem, and then we will start right out with our AA gas supercharged machines.
Again, thank you to everyone for coming out to Glory Days here at Byron Dragway. Thank you very much. At this time, as we always do at Byron Dragway, we start out with an invocation followed by the national anthem. So gentlemen, if you could, please remove your hats, and if you're able, please stand. Heavenly Father, we pray for your continued and unending blessing over the racers, crew, and staff for a safe day of racing. We thank you, Lord, for the health and the freedom we have to enjoy this day amongst family and friends. In your holy name, we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stars and bright stars
Thank you, and here we go. Here we go, double A gassers coming at you. Over here in the left lane, that is Brian Spots. He's in the 51 Ford Anglia, 427 cubic inches for Brian over there in the right lane. In that beautiful 62 Chevy Corvette. That's John Remsenbeck. He's out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. That is a 62 Chevy Corvette. He's over there in the Land Outlets lane. Here in the left lane, in the Anglia, he's in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. That is Brian Spots. This is our first pair of AA gassers. Get ready, they are fast. If you're not sitting down, you're gonna want to get yourself a seat. You don't want to miss it. There we go, the Anglia, he's out front, he's gonna stay there. They're gonna run. Okay, 8:45, 114 quarter mile. Eighth mile time, 5:04, 143, left lane. Right lane was 5:62 at 122. Greg Stelzy, he's here in the left lane. He's driving the Joker. That's a 57 Pontiac Super Chief. It's a 4-speed car with a big block Chevy in it. Over there in the right lane, Jeff Jacobson. He's out of Clinton, Wisconsin. That's a 55 Ford Fairlane. 427 in his car. That isn't a Fairlane, Jake. You're right, that's a scare lane. That is a scare lane in the right lane. And the Joker in the left lane. Get your cameras ready if you don't have them. Get them ready. It's going to be a show. The Joker in the left, the Pontiac, the scare lane, the Ford, he's over there in the right lane. Listen to that horsepower, listen to them. They're in. There's the three, there they go. They are all over that racetrack. They're making a long way out of that eighth mile time. Joker, 5:47, 128. Right lane, the scare lane, 5:68, 122. They'll be back again. Wow, listen to that Pontiac. That's a 63 Pontiac Le Mans, driven by Bill Kilgrove. He's out of Watertown, Wisconsin, over there in the right lane. Ronnie Greer, he's in the right lane in that 55. Roadster. That wild Pontiac. Wooly Bully, he's in the left lane. I think there's more motor in that car than there is car over there in that right lane. Here we go. That Pontiac made a lot of noise. That right lane's gonna get there first. 553, 128, 595, 114 over here for the Pontiac in the left lane. Here's stealing time over here in the left lane. This is Skip. He's over here in the left lane. That's stealing time. Over there in the right lane, Jesse James. Jesse James, he's in the 40 Willys. He's in the right lane. Waterloo, Wisconsin for that Willys. Willys, he's going to go through 603, 113. The Chevy was out front, 598, 114. This is Jim Casalis. He's over there in the Night Prowler. That's the Night Prowler over there in the right lane. '41 Willys, 555 cubic inches. Oh, Jim has some problems there. Jim's out of it. He pulls it off to the side. Good job, Jim. That is Jim Casalis.
How about the 56 Chevrolet wagon over here? He calls it gassed up over here on the left-hand side. And the right side, the 1950 Chevrolet Fleet Line over there. Neil Brown over there on the right side. And I note the Iskandarian cams label there on the side of the car, the decal, and the cam father himself just turned a young and spry 102 years old this week. Unbelievable. If you ever get a chance to talk to Iski, you should do it. He's lived definitely a life well lived. 1052.7 at 124 for the gassed up wagon. Right side the Fleet Land, 1070. John Corral. The 52 Willys Arrow. When's the last time you saw one of these? Well, I'm 62 years old. This is the first time I've saw one of these. Dean Trowbridge over there on the right, the 37 Chevrolet. I've seen a few of those in my day. The Willys rolls through the staging beam. That's all right. I'm sure we'll get another chance to see the Willys sedan later on. Well, these are the Brew City Gassers making their way down the track right now. $14.99 at 105 for Corral. Trowbridge, $12.04 at 92. Brew City Gassers joining us this weekend. And just in case you didn't know what it was, it says Willys right there on the side. That is that beautiful. I believe that's dark blue, could be black. For the Willys Reserve machine. Right side, 57 Chevy of Chad Stewart.
Yeah, he picked this 57 up in 2015. He used to drive it as his daily driver. Now he's racing it here at Byron Dragway. Chad, he's going to go through 11:10, 119 mile an hour. Left lane over here in the Willys, 11:07, 123. Brian Porter, he's over here at 61 Impala in the left lane. Over there in the right lane in that. That's a 27 Ford Model T in the right lane, the Green Hornet. That's Jack Libero. Jack, he's going to go 1083, 119. Left lane, 1115 at 119. Here's a Holland. This is a rare vehicle. This is Johnny Bucket. This is a 61 Ford Econoline, Holland rear end, it says on the back end here. 302 cubic inch in that. Over there in the right lane, that's the Henry J. That's Kevin Smith over there in the right lane in the 301 Henry J. John, he's out here. He's in the 61 Ford Econoline. End of the track, quarter mile. They were nearly identical. 11:55, 110 for John here in the left lane. Over there in the right lane for Kevin, he's going to go 11:58, 112 mile an hour. Here in the left lane, this is Art Beeler. This 64 Chevy 2, Sour Grapes. Sour Grapes over here in the left lane. Over there in the right lane, the Chevy 2, Tough 2, Tom Ellerman. Tom's in the right lane. Art is over here in the left lane. Sour Grapes, he's out front. Tough 2 is trying to chase him down. Not going to happen. Art, the Sour Grapes, he's going to go 990, 136 mile an hour for Art. Right lane, Tom's going to go 1020, 131 mile an hour. King Rat over there in the right lane. Over here in the left lane, this is Joe Jacobson. This is 32 Chevy over here in the left lane. '55 Chevy, I believe, over there in the right lane. The King Rat. That 32, it's a little bit older. Is it going to stay out front or not? We're going to see. Yes, he will. That 32 Chevy's going to go 970, 115. 55 Chevy, right lane, 1038, 95 mile an hour. And that's the Bone Shaker over there in the right lane. Tony Zampetta, he's over there in the Bone Shaker. 41 Willie's in the right lane. That is the Auto Land Outlets lane. Over here in the left lane, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. That is Eric S. 56 Chevy Bel Air over here for Eric. Eric's father found this car about 30 years ago. It's out front, 56, but here comes the Willies. The Willies will get there first, right lane, 10, 11, 113. 1046, 124 for Eric over here in the left lane. Sinister over here in the left lane. That's 56 Chevy, right lane. Tigger. Over there in that right lane, that's a 65 Mercury Comet. He has issues, he's out of it. There's Nick Fruit, he's over there Sinister. He's going to go through left lane. He'll go 1023, 120. Tigger, he had problems in that Ford. Paul Zelsdorf, he's over here with the Corvette. That's a 1958 Chevy Corvette here in the left lane. All right, we'll be down for a few minutes. Got to clear that car up in the right lane. It won't take long, just a couple of seconds. We'll get that car off the track. We'll be back going at it.
You're gonna need a tow.
After this one here, this is our last Brew City gasser. We're going to follow up with the Nostalgia gassers. They'll be coming out next. Remember, if your livelihood depends on your trucks being on the road, then look no further than Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair for all of your repair and maintenance needs. Specializing in fleet maintenance, Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair, they come to your location to service your fleets of all sizes. Because he puts his name on the business, you know that Jim Casales confidently stands behind his work. Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair is located nearby Kirkland, Illinois, and can be reached at 815-751-6042. Remember, if you're on the road lot, you may want to put this in your phone right now. Jim Casales, Truck Repair, 815-751-6042. 6042. If you're broke down, he'll come and take care of your needs. All right, tomorrow, 6:15 at 6:15, we're going to have a pinup contest here at Byron Dragway. Jim Costales Truck Repair, Byron Dragway pinup contest. That will take place tomorrow at 6:15. You need to register by 4 o'clock tomorrow. You register the day of the event. That will be tomorrow at the Night Prowler booth. That's located directly behind the main grandstand. It's free to enter. This is fun for the whole family. Remember, tomorrow, 6:15, we're going to have the Pinup Girl contest. That'll take place right out here by the starting line. Tomorrow, if you want to sign up, go by the Night Prowler booth. They'll take care of you. That'll take place tomorrow only, 6:15. Something to think about. All right, here we go. This is Paul. He's over here in the 58 Chevy Corvette. This is the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. That's a nice burnout by Paul in the 58 Chevy Corvette. He did have a problem between the 1-2 shift. You're right, Warren, but he's going to go through 10:05, 132 mile an hour once he found that gear. Great run for Paul. This is Nostalgia Gassers coming at you. This is Stephen Rice. He's over here in the left lane. He's driving a 61 Volvo. That's Dodge powered 440 over there in the right lane. In the 64 Chevy 2, Josh Bartles. He's from Chandlerville, Illinois. He is in the 64 Chevy too. 327 cubic inch in that 64 Chevy. And there we go, they're off. Left lane, 1084, 124. Right lane, Chevy 2 is gonna go 1190, 110. Over here in the left lane, we have Kip Galloway. He's in a 61 Ford Falcon. Got a big block Ford in it, 469 cubic inches. Over in the right lane, another 64 Chevy Nova, 406 cubic inch. Dan Zanstra. He's out of Yorkville, Illinois. Dan is in the right lane. The High Life, he's over here in the left lane. Kip, he does his big burnout. He's in that High Life Ford. 64 Chevy 2, second one we had in a row of those. For Dan from Yorkville. He's a retired truck driver. He started racing with this car, Oswego Dragway, in 1971. The High Life, he was living a high life. He carried that front end 70 feet out there. Then he's going to go through the quarter mile. 9:53, 1:39. Right lane, 1161, 112 mile an hour. All right, we had a little water. It's cleaned up. Here we go. Left lane in this 39 Willys, that is Bob Brown. Bob's out of Topeka, Kansas. He's in the 39 Willys over there in the Hoochie Mama, the Smoking Aces. That is Bill Dusenberry. Bill's out of Burlington, Iowa. This is a 55 Chevy. It's a Model 210. We'll see what the Hoochie Mama can do. That's the rat poison car here in the left lane. In the right lane, the Smoking Aces, Hoochie Mama. That's the right lane. 55. Chevy in the right lane. And we got the 39 Willys pickup, the rat poison in the left lane. Here comes the three. There they go. Rat poison, he's out front. Here comes the 55 Chevy. Finish line says it's going to be rat poison, 892, 148. 947, 134 over there in that right lane. Over here in the left lane, Cub and Squirt. Michelle Bacon, she's driving the Cub and Squirt right now. Her husband Ben, he's looking on over there in the right lane. We have Rick Bowman. He's out of Indianapolis, Indiana. He's in a 40 Willys. This is a deluxe coupe, the 40 Willys. He's a retired Boilermaker. Rick Bowman from Indianapolis, Indiana. Michelle Bacon from Kingston, Illinois. Attention to pits. At this time, I will take stock cars and motorcycles, lane number 1. Stock cars and motorcycles, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, lane number 4. And C-gas, lane number 5. Right this time, stock and motorcycles, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas 3. D-gas 4. C-gas 5. B-gas 6 and 7. Bring them up. We'll take you up there now. We'll need to have those golf carts moved out of lane number 1. Golf carts, you'll have to move. Brian Huffman, he's over here in the left lane. That's a 41 Willys. Over there in the right lane. That's Robertson. That's 55 Chevy. Left lane will get there first. It's going to go that Willys, 923, 127. 974, 137. For that 55 Chevy. Here's the innocent rascal. This is Steve Bacon. He's an innocent rascal. He's out of Kingston also in the right lane. John Bowman, he's in the 55 Chevy. He's in the wagon. He's a handyman. That is John Bowman out of Nashville, Indiana. Steve Bacon, Kingston, Illinois, here in the left lane. Steve, he just retired 5 days ago. Steve Bacon, he retired 5 days ago. So he's having a good time here at the Glory Days. He's going to go 1137, 119. 1140 in the right lane, 115 for John Bowman. Again, attention to pit, stock cars. We'll take you lane number 1, hot rod, lane number 2, E-gas 3, D-gas lane number 4, C-gas lane number 5, B-gas 6 and 7. Bring them up. Bring them up. If you're looking for that 2023 Glory Days t-shirt, there's still a few left over there at the Souvenir Superstore. There is no line right now. Make your way over there to Souvenir Superstore. They'll take care of your needs.
Running hard, so
Stock of motorcycles, lane number 1, hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas 3, D-gas 4, C-gas 5, B-gas 6 and 7. Over here, left lane, in the 66 Dodge Coronet, that is Pete Holland. Over there in the right lane, do not have one file. That's about a, what, a 56 Ford? What do you say, 156? Okay, that old Ford's way out front. Over here in the left lane in the Dodge Coronet, it's struggling, but it's getting down the track. Right lane's going to go 14, 14, 101. The big Dodge will go 1639 at 93 mile an hour. Jim Braining, he's over here. He's in the Chevy too, left lane, right lane, in the El Camino. Ron Johnson, he's over here in the 48 Ford Sprint car. Ron, he's been here, I think, for every one of these races. He's out of Rockford, Illinois, over there in the right lane. Gary Holt. Gary, he's driving a 41 Ford. He's from Kingston, Illinois. Yep, that left lane, that sprint car, that is street legal. He drives it into the racetrack and he'll drive it home tonight. And he may bring a different car tomorrow. I know Sunday he's going to ride his motorcycle in. He'll be here all 3 days. Here's Mad Dog's garage here in the left lane. 61 Chevy over there in the right lane, I believe. Let me check, make sure I'm right. It is. 61 Chevy Bel Air, 409 cubic inch. Denny Perry, he's in the right lane. Left lane, Mad Dog. 210. '62 Chevy Corvette here in the left lane. That is Jim Dillon. Over there in the right lane in that 57 Chevy. Do not have the card on that 57 Chevy in the right-hand lane. Here's a battle of Chevys. Right lane will get there first. It's going to be 1374, 100 mile an hour. Left lane, 1402, 96 mile per hour. Here's the Falcon. Back up again. Brad Hedges, he was in the right lane in that Chrysler. Right lane's going to go 1496. Look out there. 1323, 102. You're in the left lane, Alex. Bunch. That's a 49 Ford. In the right lane. 62 Willie's wagon. That's Rodney. He's over there in that right lane. And that, oh, Willie's has got problems. That wagon's got an issue. Left lane's going to go 1632. That wagon's still moving. We're going to check it out just to make sure there's nothing there. Right now, we're over there, we're running E-gas. They're in lane 3, D-gas, lane 4, C-gas, lane number 5, B-gas, 6 and 7, A-gas, 8 and 9. Super stock cars, you'll be 10 and 11. Super stock, 10 and 11, you can bring them up if you're not there. Factory experimental cars, lane number 12, you can bring them up. You can bring up the factory experimental, lane number 12. If you're making licensing runs, you need to be in lane number 13. License passes lane number 13. Over here in the 59 Chevy, that's in the right lane. Larry, that's Larry. He's in the 59 Chevy, Mount Morris, Illinois. There's a Rumbler. That's in the right lane. Forty Willies here in the left lane. The Rumbler is going to get there first. 1163, 108. The 40 Willies, driven by Dean, he's going to go 1258, 105. '57 four-door Chevy here in the left lane. That's a '58 Chevy in the right lane. '57 versus a '58. Who's going to get there first? The '57 is going to get there first. He's going to go 1182 right lane. Jeremy, he's going to go through in that '58 Chevy at 1428, 78 mile an hour. He's from Homeland, Glen, Illinois, in that '58 Chevy. Preston Nelson in the '59 Anglia wagon here in the left lane. Right lane in the '56 Chevy. Chris Lang, he is only the third owner of this car. This '56 Chevy, he's the third owner. Left lane in the Anglia. 1082, 122. Chris in the '56 Chevy. In the right lane, 1090 at 122 mile an hour. The Silver Stew in the left lane. Wisconsin, he's in the '51 Studebaker. He's from Wisconsin. He's going to go through quarter mile. It's going to be 1093, 119 mile an hour for Chad. Terry Anderson, if you can hear me, could you come to race control? That is second floor of the tower. Terry Anderson, could you please come to race control, second floor of the tower? Terry Anderson, race control. Factory experimental, lane number 12. Factory experimental, lane number 12. Super Stockers 10 and 11. Super Stockers, you're coming out next. Lanes 10 and 11. Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Dragster and Altereds, I'll take you, 5 and 6. Dragsters and Altereds, 5 and 6. Directly behind the tower, we have the ALS drawing taking place. It's a 50-50 raffle. The ALS raffle will take place. That's directly behind the tower. If you could be so kind to buy some tickets for them, be very much appreciated. The ALS raffle, they're right behind the tower. If you'd be so kind to buy a ticket, it's a great cause. Please help them out if you can. Super Stockers 10 and 11. Super Stockers 10 and 11. Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Dragsters and Altereds, I'll take you, 5 and 6. Dragsters and Altereds, 5 and 6. Ike Andrews, he's over here in the left lane in the 63.5 Ford Galaxy, 545 cubic inches for Ike. Over in the right lane, Dave Doyle. Oop, got an issue here, they're stopping him. Over here in the right lane, that is Dave Doyle. He's in the 64 Plymouth. At the finish line. Left lane, we'll get there first. 10:51, 128, 11:16, 120 mile an hour for Dave Doyle in the Plymouth Fury. Never too late in the Plymouth in the right lane. It's never too late. That is Doug Henderson in the 64 Plymouth Savoy. Never too late, it says, over here in the Chevy. That's Dan Kuster. He's over here in the 67 Chevy Impala. 505 cubic inches. He's out of AK Motorsports in that big Chevy. The big Impala's out front. Here comes the Savoy. Who's going to get there first and own them? It's going to be. Wow, those cars are almost identical. 10, 12, 131 left lane. 10, 13, 131 right lane. That was a drag race. Nearly identical. Bob Mosher. He's in the 67 Ford Fairlane. He's in the left lane. Over there in the right lane. That is David Lee. He's in the 65 Dodge wagon. 470 cubic inches of power in that big wagon over there. The 65 Dodge versus the 67 Ford. This is Nostalgia Superstockers. Their door handle to door handle. Let's see what happens at 1,320 feet. It'll be the big Ford. 1085, he gets there first. He had a little better reaction time. Right lane was quicker, 1082, 119. 1085, 123 in the left lane. Mr. Twister in the left lane. And it's the Assassin in the 55 Chevy in the right lane. '52 Chevy Coupe here in the left lane. John Lovings, Omaha, Nebraska, in the right lane. Mr. Twister, he was up in the air just like the Twister, then he's brought her down. He's gonna go. 1091, he's out of it early, 88 mile an hour, right lane, 1306, 107 mile an hour. The Assassin got there second. This is Kevin Bunch. He's in the right lane. That was Frank. He's over here. He was in the right lane. 63 Dodge, 440, 426 cubic inches in that 440. Chad Stewart, he's over there in the right lane. He's got the 65 Plymouth Valiant, 408 cubic inches. He's going to go through the quarter mile, 1337, 101 mile an hour. Graham Shands in this Roadster in the left lane. That's a 23 Ford altered, 327 cubic inches. It was built in the late 60s. He's in the left lane. Kevin Kraus, he's in the 51 Dragster. He's in the right lane. He's going to get there first by a bunch. He's going to go 922, 134, 1129, 120 here in the left lane. This is Kevin Bunch. He's in the left lane. 1932 Austin Bantam right here in the left lane. Buddy Webb, he's in the right lane. That's King Chassis Dragster there. For a front engine dragster, it's relatively new. That's a 2010 King Dragster in the right lane. Buddy Webb, he's 69 years of age over there in the right lane in that dragster. Left lane. Kevin Bunch in the 32 Austin. He's got 440 cubic inches of power in the Magic 8-ball car. That front engine Nostalgia Dragster, it's going to get there first. He's going to go right lane, 903, 147 mile an hour, left lane in the Magic 8-ball, 1087, 117. Next up in the left lane, it is Wild Willie. This is Bill Fusting. That's the Illinois Outlaw. The Illinois Outlaw, Bill Fusting. Wild Willie, they call him. He was a 2021 Hot Rod Reunion winner. In 2021, Bill in this here car was a Hot Rod Reunion winner. He was second in points in NDRL points in 2021 also. That is Bill Fusting in the Illinois Outlaw. How fast will it run? We're going to see. His wife Kim coming on. The Illinois Outlaw, straight as an arrow. Let's see what's going to run. 864, 149 for Wild Willie. Great run for Bill Fusting. Scott Schmaltz, he's here in the left lane. Over there in the right lane. Gordy Butch, he's over there in the right lane. That's the 55 Nash Metropolitan. This car is stretched out a bunch. 392 cubic inches of Chrysler Hemi underneath this hood of this car. Those front wheels sticking out in front of the car in that Nash. Nostalgia dragster here in the left lane. At this time, I will take stock eliminators and motorcycles, lane number 1 again. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, lane number 4. C-gas, lane number 5. B-gas, 6 and 7.
5 o'clock.
A-gas,
Between those hours.
8 and 9. Super stock, not yet, but you're on standby. Super stock, you'll be in 10-11. Not yet, you are on standby right now. License passes, if you're making your license passes, we need you in lane number 13. License passes, you'll be in lane number 13. Stock of motorcycles, lane number 1. Hot rod, 2. E-gas, 3. D-gas, 4. C-gas, 5. B-gas, 6 and 7. A-gas, 8 and 9. We'll take you up for another open time run.
Well, sorry to disturb you from your mid-afternoon nap, but here's Bill Killo. The Pontiac. The Woolly Bully machine. It is Pontiac. It is blown. It is injected. It is quick and fast. I believe that is the Tempest body style. Kind of keeping an eye on it because it sounded like the throttle hung a little bit there coming out of the water box, but he clicks it off early and will coast through to a 1039 at 94 miles an hour. He was going 111 miles an hour at the 8th mile mark at a 6:02 on the ET. All righty, coming up now. He calls it the panty dropper. Patrick Hampton. Out of Hebron, Indiana. Boils the hides there on the supercharged 1930 Ford Model A. Yeah, it's a small block Chevy, but yeah, it's pumping a bunch of air into it with that supercharger on top. Sitting right on top of the drivetrain there of the replica Ford. Don't let that little fiberglass body fool you. Pretty much a supercharged Alter. He's working that steering wheel a little bit as he heads for the top end of the track. Full throttle at the quarter-mile mark. How about an 8:23 at 141 miles an hour? He was slowing getting to the finish line. 8:23 at 141. He was 5:16 at 134 at the 8th mile. Nice looking lap there for the panty dropper. And just like that, sneaking up behind, we go from the very loud to the very quiet. The Harley over here on the right-hand side. The motorcycle going to make a single pass over there. Rider tucked down there behind the handlebars, sits up a little bit as he makes the shifts going on through to the top end. And at the finish line, CompuLink timing system says 18:30 at 71 miles per hour. So about a 56 Ford over here on the left-hand side. Seafoam green machine alongside the big old Cornet wagon. Over there on the right, I've seen the Cornet plenty of times. I think this is the first time we've seen the Ford head down track here on the left. By the way, racers, if you got a tech card, you need to turn them in so we can have them up here in the tower. 1392 left side at 101, right side 1454 for the wagon at a speed of 96. How about the sprint car rolling up now alongside the 62 Corvette. Titled, tagged, streetable sprint car. On the left, the Corvette's slowing. Doesn't look like the Corvette's under power getting to the finish line. In the meantime, top end, the sprint car 1496 at 88 miles an hour. The Corvette slows to a 1967 at 38. Got to make sure that the car clears the top end of the track before we send two more down on top. And the little Chevy 2. Left side. Who's this? Dave Dexter. Wasn't there a show about him on Showtime? Dexter? Oh, different one. Shade Tree Racing. Over on the right, Chuck Turner's 57. Little leap and lurch, and away they go. Driving to the finish line, and the Chevy 2 a little lag off the starting line, but catches up to a 1404, 111 miles an hour. Right side 1457 for Turner, speed of 88. Coming up next, the Jeepster over there, right side, getting their money's worth. And the 47 Ford over here right side. Charlie Smith, I'm told.
10, 15 minutes for this down together.
Jim Casalis, could you please report back to the tower, please? Jim, please report back to the tower. The Model A, left side of Ron Bruder, alongside the pickup truck right side. 1349 at 100 miles an hour left. Right side 1546 at 88.
Here we go. We got the Chevy 2 in the left lane. Right lane is the El Camino. Beautiful looking El Camino there in the right lane. That's a 64 Chevy El Camino in the right lane. Jason Smith is driving that in the left lane. That Chevy 2 is going to get there first. 1217, 108, the El Camino. Follow through. 1374, 104. Nostalgia Gassers, if you want to make a time run. Nostalgia Gassers, if you want to make an extra time run. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Nostalgia Gassers. Brew City Gassers, if you'd like to come up, you could go in 7 and 8. Brew City Gassers, lane 7 and 8, if you want to make another time run. Bring them up. Nostalgia 3 and 4. 7 and 8 for Brew City, 3 and 4 for Nostalgia Gassers. '55 Chevy left lane. Gonna go 1290, 101, 1311 in the right lane, 104 mile an hour. There's a Rumbler in the right lane. That is Dean in the Rumbler. John Herman, he's here in the left lane. He's driving the 50 Chevy Coupe, 327 cubic inches. He's an auto technician. Over there in the Rumbler, I do not have that driver's name on file right now. But the Rumbler, he's way out front. The Rumbler, he's way out front. He's gonna go 1115, 115 mile an hour. 1389 here in the left lane, 95 mile an hour. Bill Hatch, he's over here in left lane in the 55 Chevy. That is Michelle Bacon, she's in the right lane in the Tub and Squirt Anglia. Her husband Ben, he's looking on. They're out of Kingston, Illinois. Michelle in the Tub and Squirt, she's out front there. She's gonna stay there at Anglia. She's gonna go 3/4 mile, 1165, 109. 55 Chevy in left lane, 1339, 104. Here's a 56 Chevy in the left lane. Right lane, that's a 58. Chris Lane, he's here in the right, in the left lane, in the right lane. Brandon Beach, he's driving this 58 Chevy. This car run back in the day at Oswego and US 30 Dragway, this 58 Chevy. It's been around for a long, long time. Been a race car most of its life. Chris, he's got a plate on his car. I believe he drives it in. Here comes the 58. It's going to go through first. 11:30. I was wrong. 1098 for the 56 Chevy 121. 11:30, 81 for Brandon Beach. Nostalgia Gasser is 5 and 6. Nostalgia Gasser is 5 and 6. Brew City Gassers, if you want to come up, I'll take you 7 and 8. Brew City Gassers 7 and 8. If you want to come make the hit. Nostalgia Gassers 5 and 6. Nostalgia Gassers 5 and 6. Brew City Gassers 7 and 8. License passes lane number 13. Ronnie Green, or it could be Greer, he's over here in the 55 Almquist Sabra. Small block Chevy. The motor's almost as big as the whole front of the car. He's out here making license passes in that car. Nice straight run. He goes through 958, 99 mile an hour. That car has got a lot of potential. Next up, it is the King Rat. This is the King Rat coming up next. Mark Davis in the King Rat. That is the King Rat. He's retired and happy, it says here. He goes 8th mile, 662, 86 mile an hour, clicks it off early, coasts through it at 1240 at 72 mile an hour. His 8th mile pass, 662, 86. Still an easy run. This is, I believe, the 58 Chevy Corvette backup. Yeah, it is. That's Paul. He's back up. 58 Chevy Corvette. He's got a big block Chevy under the hood of this. His sponsor is Greg's Speed Shop. He's been married 26 years. On the 19th, made 26 years for him. Corey Jorgensen over here in the left lane, 57 or 50 Chevy Deluxe 396. This car set in the field from 1974 to 2019 in Texas. I remember going by this car one day. I didn't know it would be picked up, but it was. John Carrero, he was in the right lane in the 52 Willys. The 52 Willys Aero, 383 cubic inch. Bob Brown, he's here in the left lane in the pickup truck. Stephen Rice, yep, this is a 61 Volvo. He's got a Dodge 440. I've got this Volvo, never thought it would be at the racetrack when it was rolling off the assembly line in 61, but here it is. In 2023, it's a race car. Left lane's gonna get there first, 888, 150, the Volvo, 1080, 125. '64 Chevy Nova here in the left lane. Dan Zunstra. Josh Bartles. He's also in a 64 Chevy. He's in the right lane. The battle of 64 Chevy is going to be their door handle to door handle. Warren nailed it. He said left lane to be there first. He's right. 1153, 109. Right lane, 1189, 110 mile an hour. Here's the highlight. The Falcon, the highlight is in the left lane. Uchimama, 55 Chevy in the right lane. The 55 versus the Falcon. '61 Ford Falcon to be precise on this here left lane. Kip Galloway. He's a t-shirt salesman during the week. Drives a Nostalgia High Life car on the weekend. Right lane, Hoochie Mama, gonna go through 936, 136, the highlight, the Ford, 951 at 140 mile an hour. Here's the old Flame in the left lane. That's the 55 Chevy wagon, Bad Medicine in the right lane. That's a handyman model. He's got a 427 in that Bad Medicine 55 Chevy. The Flame here in the left lane. Wagon is coming on. He will not get there first, so left lane, 955, 138. 965, 139. John Bowman in the right lane. 55 Chevy, 406 cubic inches here. Michelle Bacon, she's back in the Tub and Squirt Anglia. Whoa, save the tree, Michelle, save the tree, good job. It went hard right and she lifted. Right lane, we'll get there first. 1141, 119, 1360, 85 mile an hour. There's a Holland Ford, she's out front. Corey Trowbridge over there in the right lane. Corey, he's driving the 37 Chevy Coupe. That's Corey in the right lane. Here in the left lane. Corey will get there first, 1176, 105 mile an hour. Left lane, 1227, 107 mile an hour. Well, I can look out the window, 57 Chevy here in the left lane. That's a Willys, in case you didn't know. That is a Willys. Well, when they paint Willys in big letters, Stock and motorcycle, lane number 1. Stock and motorcycle, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, lane number 4. C-gas, 5. B-gas, 6 and 7. The Willys, he's out front. 57's coming on, not gonna get there. The Willys will go through first. Gonna run 1082, 122. The big 57 Chevy, 1107 at 120 mile an hour. Here in the left lane, this is Vince Hayward. He's driving a 62 Chevy 2, the straight axle. In the other lane in the straight axle car, that's Nick Freed. That's a 56 Chevy. He's got a big block. It came as a Model 150. It did not have the big block in the factory, but it does now. Also a straight axle, not from the factory. They're door handle to door handle again. 1024 left lane, 128 right lane, 1025, 128. They were looking at each other all the way down. That is a 56 Chevy in the left lane. That's Eric, he's doing the driving today. Right lane, 946, 141, 1045, 125 for the left lane. Here's Ted's Performance Shop. This is Uncle Sam. At one time, I know we've done a contest, how many stars are on the car. Take a guess, I don't know how many stars are on that car. The Assassin over there in the right lane. All right, here in the left lane, in the Ted's Performance Shop, that is Ted Beach. That is a 37 Chevy Coupe. Another old Oswego car. Sponsored by Ted's Body and Paint. Right lane, the Assassin. Ted, he's going to go 941, 140, the Assassin, 1254, 109 for the Assassin. Here's Daddy's thing, 58 Chevy. This is Brandon Beach here in the 58 Chevy. Ted, he's the owner of this one also. Stock and motorcycles, lane number 1. Stock and motorcycles, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, lane number 4. C-gas, lane number 5. B-gas, 6 and 7. A-gas, 8 and 9. Bring them up. Stock and motorcycles, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, lane number 4. C-gas, lane number 5, B-gas, 6 and 7, A-gas, 8 and 9. Go ahead and bring them up for another time run. Super stock, you'll be in lane 10 and 11, super stock, 10 and 11. Open time runs. Stock of motorcycles, lane number 1, hot rod, lane number 2, E-gas, lane number 3, D-gas, 4, C-gas, 5, B, 6 and 7, A-gas, 8 and 9, super stock, you can come up, 10 and 11. Nostalgia super stock, 10 and 11. Attention in the pits. Hot rod, lane number 2. Stock and motorcycles, if you have not come up, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, 4. C-gas, 5. B-gas, 6 and 7. A-gas, 8 and 9. Super stock, you can come up, lane 10 and 11. Super stock, 10 and 11. Also, if you have not gotten your Glory Days 2023 edition t-shirt, there is no line right now at the souvenir stand. If you're looking for a Glory Days t-shirt, now would be the time to get it. There's only a few left. Plus they have hats and other t-shirts if you're looking for something else. License plate frames, koozies. Also, VP Race products are sold there. If you need any VP Racing fuel or methanol, they can take care of you there at the Souvenir Superstore. They'd be more than happy to take care of you. Don't forget, Dragway Diner is open over here on the east side along with the Trackside Tavern. Trackside Tavern, that is the south window of the concession stand. They're there to serve you. Over on the west side, we have all kinds of food vendors. We got the curd cheese curds. We got steak sandwiches. We got the sweet corn. They got the corn dogs. They're corn dogs too. I was just told, pit reporter tells me, steak sandwiches, you can't go wrong with the steak sandwich over there. Plus, the Blue Goose, the beer trailer is over there. It's open. If you like a cold beverage, it is also open. Here's the Green Hornet. He's over here in the left lane. The Green Hornet. That is a 27 Ford Coupe. 427 cubic inches of power in the Green Hornet. Right lane, Preston Nelson, he's in the 59 Anglia wagon. Preston, he's out front. Here comes the Green Hornet. Preston will get there first, 1076, 122. The Green Hornet, 1089 at 120 mile an hour. Tough 2, Chevy 2 in the left lane. The Sour Grape is in the right lane. The Sour Grape, that's one heck of a burnout for the Sour Grape over there in the right lane. Up 2, Chevy 2 in the left lane, the Sour Grape, Chevy 2 in the right. The Sour Grape in the right lane, he's out front, he's going to stay there, he's going to go to 981, 135. Tough 2, Chevy 2, 1021, 431 mile an hour. Here's the scare lane. This is the scare lane here in the left lane. This is Jeff. He's in the 55 Ford fair lane, but it says scare lane on the side. Joe Jacobson, he's in the right lane. That's a 32 Chevy, 396 cubic inches. He's the body shop owner. That explains why that car looks as good as it does. The scare lane in the left lane. And the 32 Chevy in the right lane. Here we go. Scare lane, he's jumping from lane to lane or side to side when he shifts gears. Obviously it's a 4-speed car and he will get there first. The scare lane, 9 flat, 147 mile an hour. 37 Chevy right lane, 1033, 99 mile an hour. Nostalgia Superstock, 1011. Factory Experimentals, lane number 12. We'll take the Factory Experimentals, lane number 12. If you're out here and you're racing this weekend, and you don't have the Gas Awards magazine decal on your car, you better get it. You better go down there and see Phil because he's got a lot of great awards he's handing out. Gas Award magazine. They're giving out a lot of great awards. Hotheads, Research and Racing, they've got 4 $50 certificates towards purchase. Victory Performance Parts, they also have, they got 5 $100 certificates towards a purchase. West Coast Converters, they're giving out 1 $200 certificate to go towards the purchase of a new converter. DJ Safety Equipment, they will have 4 $50 certificates towards purchase. Moon Eyes, they're giving out 4 $50 certificates towards purchase also, along with the Radar Racing Wheels. They got 4 $50 certificates also towards purchase. In order to be eligible for this, you got to have the Gas Awards magazine decal on your car. Phil, he's located right next to the tower in that big toter home. See Phil, and he can get you all taken care of for that. Get out these great awards. I mean, they're great gift certificates to go towards purchase of any of these products, which we all know we all have to keep buying and using. So go see Phil down there at his toter home and trailer. He'll take care of you. Also, special thanks to a lot of our regular sponsors we have every week here. Left Lane, sponsor for the Left Lane, that is Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. They're out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. They can take care of any of your automotive needs, drive shaft needs. Plus, they have their speed shop there. They can sell you any products you would need. They're in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Autoland Outlets, if you're looking for a used truck or car, check out Autoland Outlets. They got 2 locations, one in Byron, Illinois. The other one's in Roscoe, Illinois. Rock River Outdoor Equipment, Worley Custom Fabrication, Red Horse Performance, Calibrated Power, Alloy Specialties, Manhattan Collision Center, and Modern Solutions Pest Control. Also, Bulletproof Concrete Coatings, Stillman Bank. Just a few of our sponsors. If you get the chance, please patronize them. They do a lot for us. We need to do a little something back for them. Also, don't forget the drawing for the 50-50 for the ALS is going on. That's right behind the tower. They'll be more than happy to sell you some raffle tickets right behind the tower. That's a great cause. ALS, help them out if you can. Thank you for coming out and doing it. We appreciate all their hard work. And thank you to everyone coming out here, spending your Friday with us here at Byron Dragway, Playground of Power, the Glory Days edition. Don't forget, tomorrow, Jim Casales Truck Repair Pinup Contest will take place here at Byron Dragway. You have to register tomorrow by 4 o'clock. That'll be down there at the Night Prowler booth. The contest will be at 6:15. That'll take place tomorrow, the pinup contest. Nostalgia Superstockers, if you're not there, please come on in the stage your lanes. We'll take Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Just got a report from the Souvenir Superstore. If you do not have your 2023 Glory Days t-shirt, you better get there quickly. They are very, very low. They are running very low on those t-shirts. If you're thinking about getting one before you leave today, you might want to get it right now because you may be too late if you wait. We are running low on the 2023 Glory Days t-shirts, so if you want one, you better get to the Souvenir Superstore before they run out. That's on the east side of the racetrack at the Souvenir Superstore, right where the fuel island is. Don't miss out. All right, we're going to move in Nostalgia Superstockers right here. At this time, I need Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Dragsters and Altereds, 5 and 6. Dragsters and Altereds, 5 and 6, please. At this time, I'll take Factory Experimental, lane number 12. Dragsters and Altereds, 5 and 6. License pass 13. If you want to make a license pass 13. The big 63 Dodge here in the left lane. That is Frank. That's 440 cubic inches. Frank, he's in the left lane over here. Over there in the right lane. David Lee, he's got the 65 Dodge wagon. He's got 470 cubic inches. That wagon's out front. Uh-oh. Left lane. If you think you have trouble, pull it off to the side. Pull it off to the side. Don't keep rolling. Pull it over. Thank you. 1078 in the right lane. 122 mile an hour. Frank in a big 63 Dodge. He had issues. He's got it shut off. Race director, Jeff Spearling. He'll go down there, check it out. Factory experimentals, lane number 12. Dragsters and altereds 5 and 6. Attention to pits. Dragsters and altereds 5 and 6, please. They are door handle to door handle. Right lane will get there first. 1067, 120, 1103, 121 over there in the left lane. For Dave. Ike will get there first. Bob Mosier, he's here in the left lane, in the fair lane. Never Too Late is in the right lane. That's Doug Henderson, Columbia, Missouri. That's a 64 Plymouth Savoy over there in the right lane. For Max Wedge is the motor. Bob Mosier, he's here in the left lane. This is a 67 Ford Fairlane, 427 cubic inch. He's from Elmhurst, Illinois, here in the Ford in the left lane. They'll probably get these cars in the bracket race, I'm sure. It will be 8th mile. The bracket race will be 8th mile today. Come on up, sign up. Doug's going to get there first. He's going to go through 1012, 131, 1091, 123 here in the left lane. This is Dan here in the left lane. He's in the 67 Chevy. AK Motorsports, that's his sponsor, 505 cubic inches. Over there in the right lane. Chad Stewart, he's driving a 65 Plymouth Valiant. He's got 408 cubic inches, a mile under his Valiant there. The big Chevy, way out front, gonna go through the quarter mile. 1013, 131 mile an hour. Right lane, 1432 at 98 mile an hour. Here's Underdog 2 in the right lane. Jared Hoover, 32 Bantam, altered here in the right lane. Got a cross ram intake on it. He's going to go through 990, 130 mile an hour. Here's a Joker. Joker's in the right lane. That is Greg. That's a Joker. 57 Pontiac. Four speed in this car. They are 1/10 off the world record in this Joker 57 Pontiac. That's Greg. He's doing the driving. The nitro cars are warming up. I'm told that nitro cars, you can smell them. They're warming up out there in the pit area. Here's the Joker. He is on it. He is all over that track. He's going to go 8th mile time. 5:49, 127. Shuts it off early. 9:25, 111 in the quarter mile. That is the Joker. Gary doing the driving. It is fast. At this time, stock of motorcycles, you can pull them back in. Lane number 1, hot rod. Lane number 2, E-gas. We'll take you in 3, D-gas. Lane number 4. Remember the bracket race, it will be 8th mile. The bracket race today, it will be 8th mile. Come on up, 2nd floor, race control the tower. We'll get you signed up for the bracket race. It will be 8th mile today. $40 is the entry fee. That's Scott. He's over here in the left lane, over there in the right lane. In the altered. That is Kevin Kraus. All right, we'll be down for a few minutes. We gotta go check out the big end, make sure everything's clear. Saw a puff of smoke out of that car in the right lane. We're gonna check it out. At this time, stock and motorcycles, lane number 1, hot rod, lane number 2, E-gas, lane number 3, D-gas, lane number 4, C-gas, 5, B-gas, 6 and 7, A-gas, 8 and 9. You can bring them up. Get another hit on that tree and that's racetrack. Bring them up. If you want to get in a bracket race, it's going to be 8th mile. It'd be $40 to get in. We'll start about 5:30 or so. If you want to get in the bracket race tonight, something new for Glory Days. Come on out and give it a shot. See what you think. We'll start at 5:30. It'll be an 8th mile race. $40 is the entry fee. 2nd floor of the tower, race control if you want to get in. There's nobody at the Souvenir Superstore right now. If you want to get your Glory Days t-shirt, now would be the time to go there. Glory Days t-shirt, limited edition of 2023 t-shirts. If you want to get one, you better get it today before they're gone. There are only very few left. Just a heads up, if you want to get one, now would be the opportunity. Also, the diner is open. Hamburgers, cheeseburgers, brats, walking taco, hot dogs, all the soda pop, water, Gatorade, and if you'd like an adult beverage, south window of the concession stand, that is the Trackside Tavern. They are open. Also, the Blue Goose Trailer Tavern is open on the west side of the track. If you like a cold beer, they have them on the west side. Plus, you have all kinds of food vendors over there. Steak sandwiches, corn on the cob, cheese curds. You got to try the deep fried sweet corn. I heard it is delicious. It's over there on the west side if you'd like to try that. They got the corn dogs over there on the west side too, Sedona, you are right. Plenty of food vendors over there on that west side if you're hungry. You don't have to worry about walking over here to the east side if you don't want to, but that is up to you. You come to the east side, that's where you can get your Glory Days limited edition 2023 edition t-shirt at the Souvenir Superstore. It's on the east side of the track over here. Attention to pits. Remember, racers, we're going to do a bracket race tonight. About 5:30, we're going to start a bracket race. If you'd like to get in, it is $40. We're racing 8th mile on a full tree. If you would like to get in the bracket race, it'll be $40, full tree, 8th mile. Coming up to second floor race control, second floor of the tower, that's race control. Coming up in Sedona, she'll take care of you. $40 for the bracket race. You could be the inaugural winner of a bracket race here at Glory Days this Saturday evening. Friday evening. Excuse me, feels like Saturday to me already. It's Friday. Why it's quiet out in the pit area. Stock and motorcycles, lane number 1. Hot rod, lane number 2. E-gas, lane number 3. D-gas, lane number 4. C-gas, 5. B-gas, lane number 6 and 7. A-gas, 8 and 9. I'll take those cars right now. Super stock, you'll be on standby. You'll be in 10-11 when I call you up. Thank you again for coming out here on this beautiful Friday afternoon, spending your weekend with us here at Byron Dragway, the Playground of Power. This is the Glory Days edition. Thank you for coming out here. We really appreciate it. There is still time. I'm told they still have a couple of the souvenir t-shirts left. This is a 2023 edition of Glory Days. When they're gone, there's not going to be any more of them. So if you want to get the 2023 edition of Glory Days t-shirt, now would be your opportunity. Here's a local racer here in the left lane. That is Mike Southwick. He's just right there at Stillman Valley. Mike Southwick, he's in the left lane, over here in the right lane. That's Gordy. He's in the right lane. He's in the 55 Nash. Mike, he's going to get there first. 950, 138. Gordy's going to go through 1281, 105 mile an hour. Okay, we have a good update from the top end of the racetrack. Gordy, he's fine. Gordy is fine. Everything is okay with Gordy. Just want you to know he's out of the car. He's sitting in the ambulance right now. They're talking to him. So we'll be down for a little bit, but Gordy is fine. Thank you. Thank you for that safety equipment. Okay, the update is, for some reason, Gordy, he started out in the right lane. Then he ended up, hit the wall in the left lane. Not sure what happened, if something broke on the car or what happened. He went over, hit the left wall. Then he drove it right back to the right side of the racetrack, shut the car off, brought it to a rest. Then fire and rescue, they got down there, helped him get out of the car. Looks like he's fine. He's sitting in the back of the ambulance right now. thank goodness for all that safety equipment that we put on. We're always checking you, making sure you're wearing it. This is why we wear it. Thank you for everyone for your patience and everything. We will be back here shortly, but most importantly right now, we got to take care of Gordy, and we'll be back to racing here shortly.
Well, passing through town last night, Sam's Drive-In had all the cars showing up as they do every Thursday of Glory Days, and you could see the hot rodders wheeling their cars through town yesterday, heading to the drive-in. And here we are, the third weekend in July, and it just feels right to have vintage drag racing back at Byron Dragway in July. Felt a little foreign last year, to be honest, in a mid-August date, but this is undeniably the time of year to have vintage drag racing take over the Playground of Power. So a big thank you to each and every one of you for being here this weekend. The Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet. Again, presented by Jim Casales, Mobile Truck Repair. Talked to Jim on the phone earlier today. Hopefully I can still see him here before the day is through. Lots of racing in store tonight. If you are just arriving, we're going to be on hold here for just a few as our fire safety and emergency response crew respond to an on-track incident moments ago at the top end of the racetrack. Good report from the driver at the top end of the racetrack, and that is the most important detail to report. And just as soon as they have the top end clear and the track restored, racing will again resume here in short order. But in the meantime, lots to see, lots to do here at Byron Dragway across the almost 190 acres of facility here at Byron Dragway. Do not feel confined to your seats in the grandstand. You can always wander about the pits, check out the cars, see the stars, and hey, they got a swap meet going on as well. I believe the Tin Butchers Car Club organizing the swap meet over on the west side of the racetrack. Just beyond the mega grandstand, you'll find the swap meet. You know, maybe 4:30 p.m. is not the time to swing through the swap meet. Usually that's about 7:45 a.m. All the really good stuff gets picked over, but it doesn't leave the property. No, what happens is at a swap meet, you'll see an item get picked up for, going to use round numbers here, Sedona, maybe $10 at this booth first thing in the morning. And then you wander around the swap meet about a half hour later, you're going to find it at another booth for probably $15 just down the way. And before the day is over, that $10 hubcap might be going for $35, maybe $40, and that's how the economics of a swap meet tend to work. But that's going to be going on here today as well as tomorrow. So you will want to make sure if you're coming back here for the Saturday edition of the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet, get there early to the swap meet. Always some very cool finds. A lot of old parts, a lot of old catalogs, a lot of old... Sometimes you see bicycles and things. I know that's more of a Bill Swanson thing than a Terry McGraw thing to pedal around on a bicycle. But Terry, what do you think? Maybe you could add a cool Schwinn Stingray to your arsenal with all those cameras you've got lugging around the track. Always good to have Terry McGraw out here capturing all of the action, all of the exciting moments here at Byron Dragway. Putting in the hours, Terry, how many pictures on a day like today will the average photographer go through? No fewer than 2,000 photos. And now you've got some techno-wizardry on you, some gadgetry that did not exist in 1966, but I've noticed, Terry, that you get pictures from both sides of the racetrack, and you are a one-man team.
Yes.
So you've got some sort of a Bluetooth or a Wi-Fi, something that...
Remote control camera.
Remote control camera.
In the right lane.
Probably non-existent in 1966, but neither was the digital camera and everything else that you've got there. Always good to have Terry McGraw. One big part of this event, you know, it falls in July, just coming off of the 4th of July weekend. There is a lot of patriotism at this event each and every year. Of course, on Saturday night, it's customary to have the 21-gun salute and a beautiful presentation of our country's colors. And, you know, part of this event really is almost an homage to all of our men and women who have served this country And the chaplain used to have a very, very good story he would tell that so many of the racers that would come out to the racetrack, you know, for Meltdown back in the day and Glory Days in the present time, so many of those men and women were serving bravely for our country overseas. And one of the things that they had to look forward to, because Terry McGraw, we're going to get to it, but there was not much to look forward to overseas in the early 1960s and in the mid-1960s, were the cars back at home. The thrill to come back drag racing was some of the things that really kept a lot of people motivated during hard times. And Terry, you are a Marine yourself. Thank you for your service to our great country.
Well, thank you. Yes, I was. Served in Vietnam in 1968, 1969.
Very good, Terry. I don't know that anybody got the welcome back that they so dutifully deserved back then. Hopefully, we and everyone else has been able to try to make it up to you and your generation over the years.
Yes, we have. We had the parade 1988 back in Chicago, and hooked up with a lot of friends from over there at that parade. So yeah, it's been a total turnaround since the 60s.
Well, I've known you for over a dozen years now, Terry, probably going on something like 13, 14 years now. And now when I first met you, it was in the infield of a NASCAR, then Sprint Cup Series racetrack. You were a roundy rounder who we have since converted to the straight and narrow. Now, I have to believe that your first experience with drag racing wasn't the old Route 66 Classic in whatever year that was, 2011. Did you have any, did you flirt with drag racing before the roundy round stuff, Terry?
Only as a kid in high school. You know, after that, the war came along, and after that, house, home, family, wife. So it all cut that off, and then eventually I got back to the roundy round. And then somebody, I don't know by the name of Randy, asked me to come over and take some photos, and that was 2011.
And you've never forgiven me since, Terry. So this, in some ways, is like a time capsule. You were in this sport back in the 60s, put on a pause for about a 40-year hiatus from the sport, come back to it, and then when you pass through the gates at Byron Dragway on a weekend like today, does it feel as though you have indeed traveled back to those days before the war?
Oh yeah, I seen these cars and remembering the cars from that day, and what's his name from Florida, the Rat.
Oh, Big Daddy Don Garlitz. That's inexcusable, Terry. You cannot forget the greatest of all time.
I'm an old guy. Give me a break.
All right, we're going to let it slide just this once. Now, Terry, I got to think that you, with your over 2,000 photos that you have to go through and color edit and do all the things that you do to all those photos, night after night of this event, you shoot all kinds of racing, from circle track to you name it. You've shot everything here at Byron Dragway. But these are and have to be some of the coolest photos you look at year in and year out. Just the amount of character that each and every one of these cars have, the metal flake and the paint jobs, the uniqueness, everything about these cars just screams personality. Talk about the pictures that you take out here and the cars that you see. Do you fall in love with these cars each and every year?
Yes, because you get those photos on the computer and you start playing with them, these colors just pop, and then you throw a little bit of more post-processing and little super squirrel secret stuff on it, and they just come off the page.
Do you have a favorite out here so far, Terry?
I'm trying to think. I haven't have a favorite today yet. I mean, I've seen a lot of these cars before. They've been here. But there's a blue, I think it's a Model A Ford that really looks good. I'm trying to get a really good picture so I can enhance that and play with it.
Very good. So, Terry, there are a lot of people that are here today probably wondering, how do I get a photo to commemorate my trip to Byron Dragway? How can they find you either at the track or online?
Well, here at the track, just come up to me and I'll just give you one of my business cards. I do all my stuff is done online. It will be on my Flickr account, flickr.com. And if you wish to order something, just go over to my regular website, and that's terrymcgrawphotography.com.
Very good. That is all the ways to get your photo. And there really is no better way to commemorate your trip to Byron Dragway for Glory Days than to have that photographic proof that you were here. You had the. Now, do people ever come to you and spiff you a couple extra bucks to maybe get the front tires a little bit higher off the ground? Do you do any photo editing of that scale, Terry? Maybe a little extra, flame out of the pipes at night, perhaps?
I really don't try to do that much. What we will do is there are programs that we're going to enhance those photos anyway. I mean, I have AI stuff now is really big, and you can enhance all of that stuff. What I like to do too, especially an event like this, if somebody wants it, we can commemorate it with the logos and all of that to really give it spiff it up, and so they'll have a look at that photo. Hey, that's the date I was there. This is the drag strip I was at. This was the event. But that can all go into the photo. That's not difficult.
I think we're understating. People think that these are just pictures of cars. These pictures go so far in these people's lives. So many of them have these. This is the artwork in their home. This is what goes over the mantle. This might be turned into their Christmas card that they send out to all their family. This is just. The sport reaches so far, so deep into each and everyone's life that's out here. So, these pictures are more than just another picture of just another ordinary car. This is certainly a part of everyone's identity.
Yes, in the photography world, what we're concerned about, our biggest concern, cell phones. They take great photos, but they stay with the phone a lot of times, and you lose them. You'll never lose the photo unless it burns in a fire or something really bizarre. But when it's all said and done, the photo is there. The car will be gone. The car is going to be gone eventually, but you'll have that photo, and that will evoke a memory of that day and that time.
I don't know if it was in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, but came across an article probably 5 years ago asking a photography expert, what is the best way to preserve these photos for me and future generations? And it was a 5-letter word: paper. Paper. And you can think back, and I think anyone here that's at the track today can attest, vinyl records, they're coming back, but how many of those are still sitting in a box in the attic with nothing to play them on? Cassette tapes, the 8 tracks, the CDs. I've got a computer you can't even plug a CD into anymore. I've got a computer you can't even plug in a regular old USB into anymore. So really, the best way to save those memories, to preserve those memories, they say a good quality paper should last no fewer than 100 years, barring 300? Well, you must have some sort of a climate-controlled Declaration of Independence type sanctuary that you keep your photos in, Terry.
The new inks and new paper that we have, none of us are going to be around in 300 years to call them a liar, but they're telling us that the ink and the paper, if put in a frame and preserved, will last 300 years.
All right, so keep your receipt. If that paper doesn't last 300 years and if that company is still in business, I've got to think that you can probably get your money back on that, and with interest over a 300-year period. All right, we're getting lost in the weeds now, Terry. So again, down track, the fire safety crew again attending to our emergency in the shutdown area just as soon as they have the top end of the track put back together, and just as soon as we get the all clear, we'll be back to racing here shortly. And you do see the lights down the side of the racetrack. We will be racing into the night tonight, under the lights, into the twilight hours here at Byron Dragway. Always, always a lot of fun, especially on these hot summer nights. Sometimes you tend to pace yourself on a long, hot weekend such as this, and we certainly do enjoy the refuge of the sun going down, the stars coming out, and the low ETs and the high speeds of the racing here into the evening. Maybe you don't have a card going down the track, but you still want to commemorate your trip to Glory Days. I haven't seen the shirts yet, Sedona, but I've heard good things. Make sure you get your Glory Days official event souvenirs. They are available at the Souvenir Superstore over on the tower side of the racetrack. Nearly sold out. That is the report from Warren Evans. Well, the crowd is convening over in the center pit area on the tower side by the competition products trailer. That is the Nitro supercharged front engine tractor, is owned by Dave Dahlheimer, warming up and giving the fans a little bit of taste of Nitro before tonight's session. So again, always something to see, always something to do. Even when we're down on track, you are sure to be entertained in the pits. There you have it, a little sneak preview in the pits of what's to come tonight. Nitro at night at Byron Dragway, some supercharged front engine dragsters. It will be a good time. Hey, tomorrow night also, the Glory Days Jim Casales Truck Repair Pin-Up Contest. That's on Saturday night, July 22nd. That is tomorrow. Get registered before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And then the contest will be at 6:15 tomorrow night. And you can register the day of the event at the Night Prowler booth, located directly behind the main grandstand. It is a free-to-enter contest. It is fun for the whole family. Swing on down to the Night Prowler pit area, just down from the diner here on the tower side of the racetrack, and you can get signed up for the pin-up contest taking place tomorrow evening as part of the pre-race ceremonies on Saturday evening. And again, the 50-50 raffle is ongoing, benefiting the ALS Greater Chicagoland chapter. If you're looking to get your 50-50 tickets, then come right behind the tower. You'll see the navy blue top tent right behind the tower. Swing on down and pick up your tickets for a good cause, 50-50 raffle. And you might just pick up some cash yourself. So do get signed up for the 50-50 raffle. Again, it is benefiting the ALS Greater Chicagoland chapter at the navy blue top tent right beside Gasser Wars magazine, directly behind the tower, and pick up your 50-50 raffle tickets. Well, we are getting closer to getting things back underway, and good to see our good friend of the racetrack, Warren Evans, back in the booth here this weekend. Of course, you hear Warren calling the action on the PA system from time to time, but Warren, your real specialty up here is the live stream. Warren first came to Byron Dragway, would that have been 2016? I want to say it was 2016. 2017, maybe 2018 as well. It was a 2 or 3 year run where you came out right there at the tail end of the meltdown tracks for all of those fun and exciting years. And then we go back with the origins of the old D3 TV, and here you are back again, DragRacer.tv. Special welcome to Warren Evans. Warren, welcome back to Byron Dragway.
Well, thanks, Randy. It's great to be back here at Byron Dragway. It's always a pleasure to be at this facility. It's a historic location, and the racing is always good, and it feels like family when I get the chance to come back.
Well, even if it's been a couple of years since you've been here for the vintage drag race at Byron Dragway, you have been no stranger to the racetrack. Certainly the last year, maybe even the year before that, tagging along with a little event, kind of a little circus that was driving through the Midwest. What was that? Oh, Hot Rod Drag Week. You've spun through town with that, and I believe you may have as well had a hand in the recent Sick Week that passed through Byron Dragway. And if you're not familiar, race fans and racers, with what that event is, but think of it this way. It is 4 racetracks, 5 days, 1,000 miles, the tow from one track to the other, but it is not a tow, it is a drive. You've got anything from a did somebody run in the fives at all for any of these events? Maybe a high 590 car? So we'll say a low 6-second car all the way up to something running in the 11s, and they will drive from track to track to track in their race cars, and that's an adventure. But Warren, you've got no shortage of equipment here, and that means you have to lug this equipment from track to track to track. Tell us what it's like to be on the road traveling with those week-long events.
Well, it's a great experience to get to see all forms of drag racing all across the United States and all across the sphere of drag racing or competition. It's not just completely drag racing. As you said, drag and drive, that is a whole culture to itself with that level of competition. And really, you look at the cars that are here at a Glory Days event, they are a lot closer in nature to the drag and drive world than, say, a typical NHRA super category car or something like that. It's just a great, unique experience. And you're right, I was here for Sick Summer. I've been here for Drag Week. And I get the opportunity to go back and do, Sick Week January and February. It was just announced this year. All in all, I get to go out and be a part of the drag racing community 36 times this year. And it's everything from your traditional NHRA, divisional and national event drag racing to funny car chaos and nitro chaos and drag and drive and big money bracket races. So it is kind of like the old wide world of sports, right? It's a little bit of everything, but all tied together by two cars side by side going down the racetrack.
How many miles in a year, Warren? I'm sure it can vary depending on the calendar, depending when one date falls in this city than another city, but on average, ballpark, how many miles do you log going track to track?
It's about, in the course of a year, it averages about 65,000 miles. And that is, I don't fly anywhere because, as you said, I have a pretty large inventory of equipment that I need to take with me, either to actually produce a show or to have spares in case something breaks. I mean, let's say you go to Seattle and you have a camera fail. Well, you better have another one in the truck because you're not going to just run down to Best Buy and pick another one up. So it's quite a rolling inventory to come out and produce a show, but we try to put together a pretty good quality show as well. Like this weekend, live streaming this event from here, we're doing 5 cameras, plus we've embedded the timing system information as well. So try to give the fans at home a good overview of the action that's on track.
Well, you're being modest, Warren. It is not just a good show, it is the best show in live streaming. And you used a word there. You're talking about all the backup plans with your equipment. We like to throw the word redundancy around at the racetrack a lot. And your roots go so much further than, everyone knows you. I believe a lot of people know you for the live streaming aspect and how you've really taken this sport digital, delivered it to so many households on phones, on TVs, on computers. But you're a track guy. You've been a track owner yourself, Warren, so you know what it is to put these types of events on yourself.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to own and operate Coles County Dragway, which is a small 8-mile track down in central Illinois. I did that for 2 years, but worked at the track for about 8 years prior to that. And I've been kind of involved in track operation ever since. And then on top of that, there's Scott Anderson. He's here with us with the Frantic Fueler. It's going to be great to see Scott and the whole team out here this evening to put on a show for us. Not only do I have the track operations experience, and I try to have a well-rounded experience there, but people may or may not know I really come from an IT background. I was in IT for 30 years, so when I approached this live streaming process, partially based on racing, but a lot more based on the technology and the infrastructure behind it to try to make it a good show, but to make it so it can be done by one person. The origins of what you call D3 TV back in the day was really me at my home track with a little camera setup that I could operate with one hand, my left hand, and announce, because I was the track announcer, announce with the right hand, to try to make it that simple but still come up with a good product.
You almost imagine those old shows where the guy has a bass drum hooked to his back, he's stomping one foot, he's got a harmonica in this hand, a tambourine in the other, and out doing a little bit of a kind of a performer's act, if you will. But that is still in some ways how this operates. Now it's sophisticated. I don't want people to think that Warren's up here on a unicycle doing the show, but you are certainly have your hands full.
Well, as I said, I try to do the best production I can and to use technology wherever I can to make it doable by one person. Now, not a lot of people would tackle it by themselves. There are several other people in the business that everybody's familiar with, and they all approach it in a different way. But mine is strictly a one-man show. Now, I say that, and then we do drag week, sick summer, and we bring in additional camera people for that. It's a different production. But by and large, 90% of what I do is just me out there. And yes, all the cameras are fixed position, they're all in one spot. But I've figured out a way to sequence the cameras so that it feels like the camera is following along as the car goes down the track. So it looks and feels like a good production. It'll never replace the in-venue experience. It's always better to be sitting in those grandstands to watch these race cars, but we're going to give you as much as we can to make it a pleasant show if you're staying at home and watching it with the wife and kids and enjoying a nice Friday night, like hopefully a lot of people will be tonight.
Well, we sure hope so, and you hit the nail on the head, Warren. For all the racers that have someone that is perhaps a couple of states away, we always get people tuned in watching abroad in different countries. This is another way to consume drag racing, but there's no better way than when you're at the track to hear the cars, to feel the vibration beneath your feet, to taste the burning rubber in the air. You can smell it, you can see it, feel it, touch it, every single sense that the human has. You get it in drag racing. And hey, good news, we are back on track with a motorcycle coming out first, up in the right-hand side. Hey, we got a report from Dave at the ALS Association Greater Chicagoland chapter. Over $700. That is the top prize now to the potential winner of the 50-50 raffle. There is still time to get your 50-50 raffle ticket before the drawing happens. Pete Holland coming up from Caledonia, Illinois. That is a 66 Dodge Coronet station wagon, 440 cubic inches of Mopar power under the hood of the station wagon. He co-owns this wagon with his, I believe, wife, Julie Holland. So Pete on track, a solo run for the Coronet on the left-hand side. He'll light the scoreboard, 14:55, 94 miles per hour for Pete Holland in the left-hand lane. Now, here's a car that, Warren, you talked about it. These cars are in some ways akin to the ones you see, or maybe more closely similar to the ones you see at those drag and drive events. I've been in the Chick-fil-A drive-thru in Rockford, Illinois, and I've seen this car parked in the Lowe's home improvement parking lot. He goes there. I don't know how many parts or pieces or tools you can buy at Lowe's and take it home in your sprint car, but that is Rockford's own Ron Johnson coming up into the left-hand side. He drives that thing all around town. Byron Fest, I saw it cruising around town. He's in the left-hand side, and that is an original roundy round sprint car on the left-hand side. Number 45X, Ron Johnson of Rockford, Illinois. The 48 Ford Sprint car on the left-hand side. 271 cubic inches of flathead Ford between the frame rails. 100% street legal. He'll drive it home tonight. He's to the left-hand side, Ron Johnson. Paired up at number 681 on the right-hand side. That is Jim Brewing, all the way from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. 64 Chevrolet, Chevy 2 on the right-hand side. He's going to get there first to 14:26 elapsed time, just shy of 100 miles per hour. He'll go 98.95 miles per hour. And the flathead Ford Sprint car, Ron Johnson, 15:11.87 is his speed in the left-hand side. Frederick Kirkcock coming up from Mad Dog's Garage. He's in the right-hand side from Melrose Park, Illinois, in the right-hand side. That is the 48 GMC pickup. He was a survivor of 6 Summer 2023, so Warren, you probably remember seeing that car out here last month. Frederick Kirkcock in a right-hand lane. Paired up with entry number 1956 at the left-hand side. That is Gary Holt in the 41 Ford two-door coupe at the left-hand side from the beautiful downtown of Kingston, Illinois. They got a good side-by-side race. Kirkcock is out front. Can Holt reel him in at the quarter mile? No, he cannot. Frederick Kirkcock, the Mad Dog, he's going to chew him up at the finish line. 15:55.89 miles per hour for Kirkcock, the Mad Dog, in the right-hand side from Melrose Park, Illinois. That is the Rattling A Ford Model A of Ron Bruder. In the right-hand side, the orange tinted windows. So Ron Bruder, right-hand side, the orange, bright orange windows. Can he even see the bulbs count down? You think that might dull the brightness of the bulbs just a touch. Paired up with the El Camino on the left-hand side. That is Jason Smith of Crestwood, Illinois. Member of the Roman Chariots Car Club. Starting line advantage belongs to Ron Bruder, and he will come away victorious. 13:35, 101 miles per hour for Bruder in the right-hand lane. This is the Doc. Lawrence Clothier, the left-hand side, about Morris, Illinois. He took a hiatus of about 50 years away from drag racing. He is a dairy farmer, but he came back about 3, maybe 4 years ago, and he has not missed a vintage race since. A pair of 4-speed cars. They're grabbing the gears. You can hear them working through the gears down track. Fantastic side-by-side race. Doc Clothier to left-hand side, and number 109 on the right-hand lane is going to come away with the win. 13:58, 100 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. For Brad Hedges, the 1930 Chrysler of Byron, Illinois. And how about that? 2 cool 4-speed cars working them through the gears down track. That is what it's all about. Good to see the drivers working hard inside the cars. Eric Stefanelli out of Brookfield, Illinois. The 1966 Plymouth Valiant to the left-hand side. A solo run for the driver from Brookfield, Illinois. Well, it's just down the road from the zoo. He cannot start his car during the hours of operations, as it does disturb the animals and cause aggression. 12:64, 108 miles per hour for Stefanelli on the left-hand side. a pair of 55 Chevys. And coming on track right now, that is John C. Clothier on the right-hand side, paired up with Chuck Clothier in the left-hand lane. The four-door Chuck, he's going to get there first. 1383, 99 miles per hour. Barrett, you called it right. You picked the winner of that pair. Attention to the pits. We need A gas entries to lanes 8 and 9. A gas entries, please report to staging lanes 8 and 9 at this time. Super stock will take you to lanes 10 and 11. Super stock, staging lanes 10 and 11. FX, we need our factory experimental entries. FX to lane number 12. Lane 12, FX cars to the lanes, please. And this is the last of our Clothiers in this round. Bob Clothier, right-hand side of Apollo, Illinois. That is a 57 Chevy Bel Air. Bought that car back in 1968. He raced it all the way up until the 2002 season, did a full frame-off restoration in 2007. He has not missed a meltdown. He has not missed the glory days. Bob Clothier, right-hand side, putting together a fantastic run, but will it be enough to get the win light? No, it will not. Pete Estrada, left-hand side, another 55 Chevy is going to get there first. $12.95 for Estrada in the left-hand side. $12.71 for Clothier in the right-hand lane. Once again, A gas entries, lanes 8 and 9, super stock cars. We need you to lanes 10 and 11. FX, factory experimental, we need you to lane number 12 at this time.
This is Matt Bold. He's over here in the left lane. He's in a 63 Chevy Nova. The right lane. Right lane, yellow car. He's going to get there first. 1087, 121 mile an hour. 1232, 109. Here in the left lane. Dave Adams, he's over here in the left lane, 1941 Willys, pickup, 357 in that Willys. Over there in the right lane. Wind light, it is the right lane, 1094, 118 mile an hour. 1311 over here in the left lane. In the Willys pickup truck, 104 is a mile per hour. Again, if you want to get in a bracket race, there's still time. If you want to get in a bracket race, it's $40, 8th mile, full tree. If you want to get in tonight's bracket race, this will be the inaugural bracket race for the Glory Days race. This is Bill Kilgore. He's over here, left lane, 1963 Pontiac Le Mans. He's got 535 cubic inches of power in this big Pontiac. He's from Waterton, Wisconsin. Yes, it is a single. All right, here's Bill Kilgore. He's in a 63 Pontiac. Wooly Bully, he's over there in your left lane. Wooly Bully, he's making a lot of horsepower. He's going through the gears. He's going to run 10:05, 128 mile an hour in the Wooly Bully Pontiac. Ronnie Greer, Janesville, Wisconsin, 55. El Grisabri, small block Chevy's a power. That motor is almost as big as the whole front end of that car. We'll see how fast Ronnie goes this pass. Here comes the thing. There goes Ronnie. Oh, wheels up launch. He lifts. Gonna get back in it. Ronnie says, I'm not done yet. He gets back in it. He's gonna go 986, 152. Wow, that is one fast car. Attention in the pits. If you want to make a time run, anybody at all, if you want to make a time run, bring them up right now. Any lane, bring them up if you want to make a time run before 6 p.m. If you want to make a time run, bring them up right now. We'll take all classes, all cars. Stay in your lanes, please. All classes, all cars, bring them up for a time run. All cars, all classes, bring them up if you want to make a time run. Stage lanes are wide open. If you want to make a time run, now is your opportunity before we shut things down at 6 o'clock and start the other show. Over here in the left lane in the 63 Dodge 440, that's Frank. He's out of Campton Hills, Illinois. In the right lane, that is Chad Stewart, 65 Plymouth Valiant, 408 cubic inches in Chad's car. Chad, he's going to get there first. He's going to go, well, he'll get there second. He's going to go 1375, 99. 1208 was the time in the left lane, 105 mile per hour. Frank, he had an issue the last time in the car. He's got it fixed. He is good now. That left lane, he was good. Here's the assassin. with the assassin. He's going through the gears. .1282, 108 mile an hour over there in that right lane for the assassin. All cars, if you want to make a run, now is your time. Stage lanes are wide open. All cars, all classes, bring them up if you want to make a time run. Brian Forder, he's here in the left lane, the 61 Chevy Impala. 406 cubic inches in this four-door Impala. South Milwaukee, Wisconsin is home for Brian. Nice and smooth. Here he goes. Brian's going to go through. 11:19, 118 is a mile an hour for Brian. Eric Stefanelli, he's over here in the left lane, 66 Plymouth Valiant, 360 cubic inches. He's from Brookfield, Illinois. He's in the right lane. He's got the 63 Dodge 440, 426 engine. He's 22 years of age. He is out front in his big Dodge. He's going to go through 1203, 107 mile an hour. Left lane will go 1254, 108 mile per hour. Attention in the pits, if you want to make a time run, now is your time. Bring them up. If you want to make a time run, open time run session, bring them up. All cars, all classes. over here in the four-door 56 Chevy. He's from Hinckley, Illinois. Over there in the right lane in the 55 Chevy. That is Brian. Brian, he's out of Harvard, Illinois in that 55 Chevy. Who are those guys? That's what it says on his card. Who are those guys? Brian, he's way out front in the right lane. He's going to go through the quarter mile. 9:59, 129 mile an hour left lane. 11:17, 109. For Chris Lang in the four-door 56 Chevy. That is David Lee. He's in a 65 Dodge wagon, 470 cubic inches from Coral, Illinois. Wheels up launch for David in that big 65 Dodge wagon. He's going to go through quarter mile. 1083, 122 mile an hour. If you're looking for a time run, we still have time. If you need a time run, we still have time. All cars, all classes, bring them up. If you're looking for an extra time run, bring them up right now. We've got time. Remember, we got some nitro cars. You're going to see them later on tonight. We have some nitro cars here. You will see them later on tonight, so make sure you stick around for that. You'll want to see those cars. This is Bob Buckley. He's in the alcohol dragster. He's going to be up here in the right lane. This is a rock and roll front engine dragster of Bob Buckley. He's from Moni, Illinois. Guarantee she is a backup girl. Guarantee she will back him up. Larry, Kevin, and Tony, they are the crew for this car. That is Bob Buckley from Moni, Illinois. All right, let's see if Bob has any better luck this time. See how hard it launches. They got the wheelie bar set. They're going to give him the direction to pull it ahead. It's all up to Bob from here on out. They got him where they want him. Let's see what he'll do. Green coming down. Well, it hit hard. Lifted the back wheels off the ground, but he got back in it. He's going to go 812, 169 mile an hour. That's after he took off, got out of it, and got back in it. 812, 169 mile an hour for Bob Buckley out of Moni, Illinois. There's still time if you want to get in a bracket race. There's still time. $40. $40. It will be 8th mile, full tree. There is still time to get in a bracket race. All right, Scott, he's got that straightened out. He's got it backed up. He'll be pulling it in. That's a 60 front engine dragster. Bad decision. That's what he calls the car, bad decision. Makes you wonder, huh? Right lane, Buddy Webb. He's in the 2010 King dragster. That's a King chassis. He's out of Imperial, Missouri. Buddy Webb, he's over here in the right lane. That is Scott, he's over there in the left lane. Okay, Buddy, he had a handful. He was up and down, up and down. He finally lifted and it's going to coast through. Scott's going to go through 963, 137 mile an hour in that left lane. Buddy, 1422, 58 after like riding a bucking bronco right there. That was one heck of a ride for him. This is Mark Davis, 55 Chevy. He is a president of the Brew City Gassers. Mark Davis, he's up here making his license runs. He's got a 427 in this here 55 Chevy Bel Air. Let's see what Mark can do. He's out of Trevor, Wisconsin. All right, you can hear Mark shifting gears. He's not missed a gear. He's in high gear. He's going to go through the quarter mile. 975, 119. I think he lifted early. Great run for Mark. Jared Holberg, he's over here in the 32 Bantam. Right lane, he's got that 32 Bantam. He's got it cranked up from Oxford, Wisconsin. The underdog, let's see what's gonna go. All right. He runs at quarter mile, 993, 129. I think he usually goes 8th mile, but he run her all the way through. 993, 129 mile per hour. Jeremy Lewis, he's over here in the left lane, 58 Chevy. He's a member of the Roman Chariots Car Club. He's out of Homer Glen, Illinois, the 383 Stroker. Bob Kirkpatrick in the 62 Plymouth. He's over there in the right lane, the Fury. The Fury will get there first. The big Plymouth, well, he got there first, but he had a slow RT, 14:05.71. Left lane, that was 13:81, 84 mile an hour. Here's a Roland Roach. Jacob Roach. He's over here in the left lane, that's 64 Dodge Dart. Let's see what the Roach killer's gonna do. Shuts it off early. He coasts through 12:87, 83 mile an hour. It was 7:82 at 88 in the 8th mile. He shut it off early. He coasted on through. Corey Trowbridge, left lane, 37 Chevy. This is the mullet machine. He's over here in the left lane. That is all right. This is the mystery machine, not the mullet machine. There you go, Byron Dragway. That is not the mullet machine, that is a mystery machine. He's almost a quarter mile on the back wheels. That is the mullet machine, but I'm gonna call it the wheelie machine and the flamethrower machine. Give him a hand. That was Goddard Wagner from Aurora, Illinois. That is, we had no idea that was a wheelie machine and a flamethrower. He said it's the mullet machine, but I call it the mystery machine. We didn't know what it was going to do. Good job, Goddard. Bring it back up. Run it again. John Lovins over there in the right lane in the 52 Chevy Coupe. He's got a 427 underneath the hood of that. Omaha, Nebraska is home for John. All right, he goes a little right, but he gets back in the groove. John, he's got the pedal to the metal. Let's see what it's going to run. John's going to go through 10:56, 120 mile an hour for John Lovins from Omaha, Nebraska. Paul Ziosdorf, what a burnout for Paul in that 58 Chevy Corvette. He's been married 26 years as of July 19th. His sponsor is Greg's Speed Shop. We know why. He must have a tire deal with them. That is Paul Ziosdorf in this beautiful 58 Chevy Corvette. Right now would be a perfect time to visit the diner if you want, or check out the food trucks over on the west side of the track. We're going to do some track prep and get ready for the 6 o'clock hour. Right around then, we're going to do the AA gas shootout, then followed up by the Brew City Gassers. Then Nostalgia Gassers will follow them. So right now would be a perfect time if you need to go get yourself something to eat. Either visit the Dragway Diner over here on the east side, or we got the food vendors on the left side. They got steak sandwiches, they got cheese curds, Italian beef, fried sweet corn. That sounds interesting. That sounds like that might be something I got to check out later. Plus, if you want an adult beverage, Trackside Tavern, that is the south window of the concession stand here on the east side. On the west side, that is the Blue Goose trailer. They have brews there. If you want to get yourself a cold beer, they have them over there at the Blue Goose trailer, right on the west side of the racetrack, just across from the starting line. Plus all the food vendors. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Double A gassers, Brew City gassers, and Nostalgia gassers. If you want to start making your way up to the staging lanes, we will take you now. Double A gassers, Brew City gassers, and Nostalgia gassers, please make your way up to the staging lanes now. If you've not visited the Souvenir Superstore, you still have time. Not sure what they have left in inventory, but they have other stuff there. They'll have something for you, guaranteed. Whether it be a hat, license plate frame, stickers, t-shirt. They may have, I don't know for sure, but they may still have a couple of the 2023 Glory Days shirts left. Not positive, I can't swear to that one. I have to get a report, but they may have a couple left. Attention in the pits. Double A gassers will take you to the staging lanes. Double A gassers, Brew City gassers will take you also, along with Nostalgia gassers. Brew City, I know you said you want to go lanes 15 and 16. If that's where you want to go, that'll be great. Double A gassers, Brew City, and Nostalgia gassers, bring them up. Racers,
Have it.
you might want to check your gas cap. There has been a gas cap turned in.
It's off the fuel cell.
It's off a fuel cell, so if you have a fuel cell in your car, you may want to check to make sure you're not missing the cap off of it. One was turned in. See Ian Knapp at the head of staging. He has it. If you would please take time, check your fuel cell. Make sure you're not missing that cap, because Ian Knapp at the head of staging, it was turned into him. He has it. Greg Stelsey, he's here in the left lane. That's the Joker. Over there in the right lane, that is Brian Spots. He's driving that 51 Ford. Wow, what a burnout by the Joker and the Anglia. That Joker, I'll tell you what, he burnt the tires off it on that burnout. Greg, he's not holding anything back. Brian, likewise, over there in the 51 Ford Anglia. 427 cubic inches over there in that right lane. Greg, he's got the 4-speed car over here in the left lane. He's 1/10 off the world record. He is a custom car builder, 51 years of age. He is a driver of the Joker. His wife, Leia, putting him in the lights. Brian, he's already pre-stage. Greg, he's inching it in. They're both pre-stage. Watch him. Brian's in. Here's Greg. Here comes the green. The Joker, he's off left, then he's right. Brian's he's out front. Brian in the Anglia, he's going to take the win. He's going to go 5 flat, 140 mile an hour, 548, 127 for Greg over here in the Joker. What a burnout by Bill Hilger over here in the 1963 Pontiac. Okay, he was not overdone, that's for sure. Right lane. That was Ronnie Greer. He did not do the burnout that Bill did, but he did a great burnout. Bill, he's still backing up. It'll be a while. Ronnie Greer, he's already getting ready to pull it up and stage it. We're still waiting on Bill to get back here. Out front. Here comes Ronnie. Ronnie in that 55 Sabri. He's going to take the win. He's going to go 563, 125 mile an hour, 569, 121 in the left lane. Right lane got there first. Here's the steer lane. The steer lane's here in the left lane. All right, Jeff Jacobson, he's in the left lane. He's in the 55 Ford fair lane. He's the auto body shop owner. He's from Clinton, Wisconsin. Over there in the right lane in the 62 Chevy Corvette. That is John Breidenbach from Kenosha, Wisconsin. That is a 62 Chevy Corvette with the straight axle, as is the scare lane with the straight axle. Ford versus Chevy. Crow Tree, it will be coming quickly. Wheels up launched by both. They're both jumping around. Whoa, the scare lane, he's all over the track. Corvette will get there first. Corvette's going to go 8th mile time, 589, 118. 8th mile, 634, 96. They both lifted way before the quarter mile. That Corvette, he was way out front and he stayed there. Wow. Skip is just burnt the tires off of that 55 Chevy. Says Precision Chrome is his sponsor, but you can't see anything but the tire smoke. That is Skip out of Fox Lake, Illinois, in that beautiful 55 Chevy Gasser. Right lane. Jesse James over here in the right lane. He's in the 40 Willys. Jesse's out of Waterloo, Wisconsin. All right, Skip, see if there's any rubber left on those tires to make this pass. Yes, there is. But Willie's caught him. Willie's going to go through. Nope, Skip gets there first, 598, 114. Willie's right lane, 602 at 114. Left lane got there first. Bracket race contestants, you can come up now, lanes 9 and 10. We will take our bracket race contestants. Lanes 9 and 10, please. Lanes 9 and 10, if you're in the bracket race, bring them up. 9 and 10 for round 1 of the bracket race. If you're in the bracket race, 9 and 10, bring them up. John Carrero, he's over here in the left lane. That's a 52 Willys. He's part of this Brew City Gassers Club. All these cars coming out now are from the Brew City Gassers. Over here in the left lane, that is Neil Brown. This is a 51 Chevy Fleetline, 383 cubic inch small block, topped with the tunnel ram, twin Holly 660s on it. Over there in the right lane, that's Craig Ziegler. That's a 56 Chevy wagon. It's gassed up. 51 in the left lane, 56 in the right lane. Neil Brown, he's a pilot here in the left lane in this 51 Chevy Fleetline. Craig Ziegler, he'll be piloting the wagon. This is Brew City Gassers. All right, Neil, he took off a little bit early at the finish line. Kevin Smith, he was in the left lane, over there in the right lane. Kevin, he was in Henry J. That was Brian Forter, he's over there in the right lane. He was in the 61 Chevy Impala. He's gonna get there first. He's gonna go 11:17, 118, 11:54 over here in the left lane. That's the Bone Shaker over there in the right lane. Left lane, Eric S. 56 Chevy Bel Air. This car still has original door panels, headliner, and glass. Other than driver and passenger windows, the power plant's a 598 cubic inch big block over there in the right lane. The Bone Crusher, Bone Shaker, that is Tony Zampetta. He's the pilot of this car. He's got a 540 cubic inch big block Chevy. That Willys is out front, and he is going to get there first. 1014, 114, 1052 over there in the left lane. Here's the Chevy 2s coming up next. We got Tough 2 and the Sour Grapes. Tom Allerman, he's over here in the left lane. He's in the Tough 2, Chevy 2. Over there in the right lane. That is Art Beeler. That's the Sour Grapes, also 64 Chevy 2. This is the Battle of Chevy 2. There we go. Tough 2, he's shifting the gears, as is Sour Grapes. Sour Grapes, Art, he's going to get there first. He's going to go through in that right lane. 987, 134 mile an hour. Left lane, 1058 for Tom Allerman, 129 mile an hour. Chad Stewart, he's over here in the left lane. That is the Willys in the right lane. The Willys. Dean Trowbridge. That is Corey Trowbridge driving this weekend. That's Corey. He's going to get there first. 1072, 121. 1118, 118 over there in the left lane. Here's the Sinister 56 Chevy. Nick Freed, he's the driver of this 56 Chevy. It's called Sinister, 572 cubic inches. Brinkley's Bullet, that's over there in the right lane of this Chevy 2. Vince Haywood, he's over there in Brindley's Bullet. 62 Chevy 2, 355 cubic inches. All right, that 62's out front. Can the 56 catch him? No, not going to happen. Yes, it did happen. That 56 did catch him. 1036, 126 to a 1041 at 126 mile an hour. That was one close drag race. Robert Neves, he's driving this in 1957. Front engine dragster, Bob's Rail he calls it. Got a 392 Hemi, 671 blower, Iski cams, Power Glide, 9-inch Ford, 389 gears. Best pass so far has been 923 at 139. Let's see how close Robert can come to that. Great light, 43 green on the tree. Nice and straight, nice and smooth. He's gonna go 956, 139. That is a great run. Joe Jacobson, he's over here in the left lane in this 32 Chevy. Over there in the right lane in the green Hornet. That is Jack Liberto. This is a 27. Mono green Hornet. Jack, he's in the right lane. Looks like Joe's out front. I called it wrong last time. Let's see who it's going to be. It will be Joe. He's going to get there first. 1054, 110 mile an hour. Jack's going to go 1096 at 115 in the right lane. Bad Medicine over here in the left lane. Over here in the Bad Medicine, that is Dustin Robertson. He's over here in the left lane in the 55 Chevy. Over in the right lane, Coochie Mama, the Smoking Aces. That is Bill Dusenberry out of Burlington, Iowa in the 55 Chevy. Bill's over there in the right lane. Dustin here in the left lane, the wagon. All right, both cars, wheels up launches. Dustin gonna get there first, but he didn't have the quicker ET. Right lane was quicker, 981, 134. Left lane, 992, 135 mile an hour. John Bowman, he's over here in the 55 Chevy, says handyman on the side of it. I'm your handyman, that's what his car says. Over there in the right lane. That is Stephen Rice. 1961 Volvo. Got a Dodge 440 for power in it. But that's what the card says, so that's what it is. And that Volvo, he is running away with it. He's gonna go 1070, 124 mile an hour, left lane, 1113, 111 mile an hour. This is the old Flame Willys here in the left lane. It's the Ford Falcon, the High Life. He's in the right lane. Howard Cans, that's the sponsor on this here Willys, the old Flame. Check the right lane car out, Instagram. Kip Galloway, check him out on Instagram. The High Life on Instagram. Kip Galloway. Left lane, the Willys. Whoa, nice wheels up long for the High Life. That's why it's the High Life, Sedona. The High Life, he's going to get there first. 954, 139, quickly, or 963 in the left lane at 135 mile per hour. The High Life will be there first. Here's Ted's Performance Shop in the right lane. Uncle Sam. Ted Beach, he's here in the left lane. Over there in the right lane, that is. In the 39 Willys pickup, Bob Brown. Bob Brown, he's out of Topeka, Kansas, driving that 39 Willys pickup truck. Ted Beach, he's here in the left lane. Ted's Performance Shop. Uncle Sam, that's his sponsor. Any guess as to how many stars are on that car? You give me the number, we'll see if you're right. We'll ask Ted later on and find out who was the closest. Both vehicles leave with the front ends hiked up in the air. Bob will go through first. Bob, he's going to go 889, 147. Ted, 951 at 138 mile an hour. Dan Sandstra, he's here in the left lane. 64 Chevy Nova. He started racing back at Oswego drag strip with this 67 Nova. Gasser in 71. Now he's driving this 64 Chevy 2 over there in the right lane. Blaze Roach, Killer Roach, it says on the car. 64 Dodge Dart. You can't kill a roach. That's what Blaze's car says. He's out of Collinville, Illinois. Bracket racers, we're waiting on 2 cars. If you're in a bracket race, we need you in the stager lanes. If you are in a bracket race, please pull in the stager lanes. It looks like we're missing 2 bracket racers. We're waiting on you. Bring them in. Left lane will go 1143, 112 mile an hour. Right lane 1250, 82 miles per hour. Brandon Beach, he's over here in the right lane, in the left lane. He's by himself. Daddy's Thing, it says on the side of it. He's sponsored by Ted's Body and Paint. This is original Oswego US 30 car. He's been racing this car for many, many years. Not Brandon, because he's only 37 years of age, but the car has been around a lot longer than Brandon. All right, Brandon, he's going to go 987, 133 mile per hour. Bracket racers, we're looking for 2 bracket racers. If you're entered in the bracket race, we're looking for you. Maybe you... We need 2 cars for the gamblers race. 2 cars for the gamblers race. If you're in the gamblers bracket race, we're looking for you. We're looking for the remaining bracket car if you're in the gamblers race. We're looking for the remaining gamblers race car. If you could come on up to staging lanes 9 and 10. Mr. Twister in the left lane. Lovin in the 52 Chevy Coupe. He's making his way down that left lane. He's going to go, quarter mile time says 10:34, 120 mile an hour for John in that 52 Chevy Coupe. Next up, we're going to do a first time ever at the Glory Days race. This is going to be a gambler's bracket race. It's 8th mile. We have 7 contestants. All right, at this time, get your 50-50 tickets out if you could. Get your 50-50 tickets out for the ALS drawing. We're going to make the drawing right now. $906 is going to the winner. $906 will go to the winner. Sedona, she's going to draw the winning ticket. $50-50 drawing. Here is the winning ticket number, 525807. If you have ticket 525807, come on down to the bottom of the tower. They'll take care of you. $906 will be your share. 525-807. That is a winning ticket number. And thank you to everyone that bought tickets for this drawing, which is very, very important to do. We appreciate everybody for coming out and donating their time to do it. Remember, winning ticket number 525-807, 525-807. All right, this is round number 1 of our bracket race. This is Michelle Bacon in the Tub and Squirt Anglia. She's dialed in 728. Josh Bartos, he's over there in the right lane. He's dialed in 752. Michelle Bacon, 728 for Michelle. That is Bombshell Michelle. She's over here in the left lane in the Tub and Squirt Anglia. 728 is her dial in. 752 over there in the right lane for Josh Bartos. This is round 1 of our bracket race. First time ever here at Glory Days. Watch it. Might be something you want to get into next time. They're both in. Here comes the 3. Handicap start. Win light, it is Josh. He's going to go 772 on the 752. Michelle, she had to get out of it. She was going towards the Christmas tree and Warren's camera. She runs 761 on the 728. Kevin Krause, he's over here in the left lane. The Henri Buzzard over here in the left lane. Kevin Krause, he's dialed in 577. Over there in the right lane. Ron Bruder, 851 is the dial-in for Ron. Ron, he's in that 30 Ford Model A. He's 73 years, been racing. Been racing for 60 years. It's a family affair, he says. That's Ron over there in the right lane. Left lane, Kevin Krause in the Henri Buzzard. Almost a 3-second handicap here. Let's see what's going to happen. There we go. Here comes the Henri Buzzard, 851 in the right lane, 577 left, win light. It is the right lane, goes 4 over for the win, goes 855 on the 851. The Henri Buzzard was 611 on the 577. Right lane, Ron Bruder, he will advance to round number 2. second bunch over here in the left lane in the Falcon, 843. In the right lane, 643 dial in. Dan Kunster, he's in that big Chevy over there in the right lane. 643 in the right lane, 843 in the left. That Falcon's out front. Here comes a big Chevy. Red light start in the left lane, automatic win right lane. Dan, he's going to advance. He's going to go 639 on the 643. That big Chevy. We'll be back for the next round. Here is our Byron, Chris Lang. Chris Lang, he's in the 56 Chevy, Hinckley, Illinois. 7 flat is his dial-in. He gets a Byron, automatically advancing him to round number 2. We'll see how close he can come to this 7 flat dial-in. Chris, he's 80 on the tree. That's a good light. Then he's going to run. 693 on his 7 flat dial-in. Chris Lang, he's going to have that car dialed in for round number 2. Attention in the pits, if you had raffle tickets for the ALS drawing, winning number is 525807. 525807, that is a winning ticket number. All right, you might want to start thinking about making your way up to the bleachers. We're going to make one more run, then we're going to do some track prep. We're going to have the Frantic Fueler and the Beatty and Malloy nitro cars that are going to be coming out here shortly. You may want to make your way up to the bleachers to see this. The Beatty and Malloy racing team, along with the Frantic Fueler, they'll be coming out here shortly. Attention in the pits. So again, raffle. If you got the raffle tickets, we're looking for ticket number 525807. 525807, that is the winning ticket number.
Hey, we got a little bit of track prep going on right now. We've got our nitro cars coming up here to put on a show, but we saw a little show a little while ago. Unexpected, honestly. And first of all, Goddard Wagner joins me here in the tower. I apologize, I called it a wig. That is not correct.
Oh, that's 18 years I've been growing this now.
18 years, it is spectacular. I mean that in the most sincere way. It is quite the hairstyle. And so tell me what happened a little while ago, because I was sitting here minding my own business, and all at once this van that kind of sort of looks like it came out of the Scooby-Doo cartoons rolls up. And then, well, tell us about it.
Oh, that's what I built it to do. Well, me, my father-in-law, and my cousin bought it back in 2004, bone stock, driving home. My cousin looks at me, and I had a nice mullet at the time. And we're laughing about, oh, it looks like the Mystery Machine, you know, this and that. And he looks at me, and he's like, screw that. That's the mullet machine. And it stuck. And it's been named that ever since. And went to a wheel stand competition in 2004. And first one I've ever been to, and I was like, holy smokes, this is awesome. So I went home and built one. Been playing with it ever since.
So that was the intent, not original. It was going to be street. It is a street legal wheel stander, right? It's tagged.
Other than the loud exhaust, yeah, it's street legal, DOT, everything.
Did you drive it out here?
I do not, but I do drive it to Menards, pick up stuff. I'd go to the grocery store. It's quite an entertaining driving or pulling a wheelie through an intersection.
I bet it is. I can only imagine that in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Wheels up and the whole bit. The flames, too, that's kind of a neat deal.
That was a new addition last year. That was actually my father-in-law, Rich Kent's idea. And yeah, at night it's just awesome. It'll light up the whole area, and get it probably 10-foot flames out of it anyway. It's pretty cool.
Well, it's pretty spectacular, and I noticed after you went through the shutdown area and went up the hill, he gave us a little flame show right there at the end too.
Yeah, it only works when it's not under power. If it's under power, it blows the flames out. So I'm just spraying raw gasoline into the air.
So Byron Dragway is famous for its wheel stand competition in the fall. Have you ever participated?
I do a race, and I have been since 2004 in Norwalk, Ohio, called the Halloween Classic, and it's usually the weekend I'm driving out there.
I understand, and I'm familiar with the Halloween Classic, and that thing is a marathon, as it turns out. I think you start racing it, Wednesday afternoon, and it's nonstop till Sunday night or something to that effect.
We drive out the weekend before, and then actually participate in the pre-race, and then the whole thing, the whole time. And I bracket raced that van doing a wheelie in the what class did I run? I think pro last year. I ran pro and pulling a wheelie down the whole track.
No way.
In a bracket race. Yep. Oh yeah.
So where's home then for you? If this isn't closer for you, where is home?
Actually, I live in Aurora, about an hour from here.
So somebody's going to have to talk you into coming out here on the World Wheel Stand competition, because you need to bring that out and be part of the show.
It would be fantastic. And every year I'm like, man, I really want to do that. And it's been a family thing. We've been going out to Norwalk for so many years. It's tradition now.
Well, I understand, and the Baders have a fantastic facility up there, and anytime you can be part of that show. But you're certainly putting on a show. Are we going to see it again tonight or tomorrow?
Oh, as many times as I can.
Well, I'll be waiting for that. It makes for a great show here for our fans, and great on TV as well as part of the live stream.
Oh, yeah.
So, Goddard, thank you very much for coming up and spending a few minutes with us, and we'll be looking for the mullet machine on track in just a little while.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I got a better idea.
Okay.
Why don't we follow these two fuel cars? Another run.
Okay.
Everybody's gonna be either watching them or, we get the people up there. You want to make
So, as we mentioned before, we've got a couple of
point fit over lane number 4.
nitro-powered front-engine dragsters coming up. The injected Beatty and Malloy Racing fuel car, driven by Diamond Dave Brown. Bob Malloy, the crew chief. Hemified, running 100% in the tank. It's an injected nitro A fuel machine. Beatty and Malloy Racing participate in the Nitro Chaos Series around the central part of the United States. In fact, not too long ago at the Nitro Chaos race, I remember seeing the crew out there as part of the show. And this guy, no stranger to the Nitro Chaos ranks. And anytime he gets the chance to run Heritage Series Top Fuel, the Frantic Fueler, Brian Inouye, nestles down in the seat. The car owned by Dave Dahlheimer. Scott Anderson, a part of that crew as well. They're based out of Maple Park, Illinois. This one's got a blower on it. Keith Black Hemi. It says it's nostalgia, but there's nothing nostalgia about it, as this is purpose-built 225-inch wheelbase nostalgia dragster. 671 blower on top. Veiny heads. Crane cam, push rods, valve train. It can run at 5 seconds in the quarter mile at 250 miles per hour. It's campaigned all throughout the north central and eastern part of the United States. You can always go online and check out more about the Frantic Fueler at www.franticfueler.com, or go on YouTube and do a search for video that showcases the Frantic Fueler. BD Malloy Racing can also be found on Facebook, and they will be out here in just a few minutes to put on a nitro cackling show for you. We're going to see the mullet machine shortly after the nitro cars, right after, I'm told. So you'll want to stay in your seats, sit back and enjoy. Our track prep is just about complete. Putting down some traction compound there, the sticky, spraying down some glue out there to handle these high horsepower machines. These cars run on a narrower tire than what you'd see in the Big Show NHRA top fuel category. So traction comes at a premium.
The safety, you should probably suit up with all your gear just in case.
So radio chatter reminding all of our staff to be ready for the highest horsepower machines we're going to have on the property this weekend. As mentioned before, the Nitro Chaos Series, Funny Car Chaos Series as well. 14 races throughout the south central part of the United States. This year they added a 4-race Nitro Chaos dedicated series with a points champion to be crowned at the end of the year. 3 races in the book. It'll all come down to their finals at Pine Valley Dragway in Lufkin, Texas. And both of these cars have competed in that series this year. Don't forget, we're going to be racing until curfew time tonight, which will be around 10 o'clock. We do have the light stanchions out here for night racing here at Byron Dragway. It's kind of a rare treat when we get to fire up the light towers. The history of the track up until recently has been no night racing. Over the past couple of years, lights have been brought in for special events, and now it's a regular part of the racing atmosphere out here as these light stanchions allow for night racing for our bracket racing competitors and our other events that happen out here at Byron Dragway. With Jake Stetter, the man in charge. For Jake and Kevin Robertson and their families. I am being presented with a wallet. Sherry Grolke. Sherry Grolke, you may be missing something important. And if so, come up here to the tower. We have something for you. Sherry Grolke. You may have misplaced something. All right, race fans, left, blown on the right. Plenty of pop in the tank. Left side, the blue car. That is the Beatty and Malloy machine. Bob Malloy, the crew chief. Diamond Dave Brown, the driver. Right side, the Frantic Fueler. Brian Inouye down in the frame rails at the controls. 100% in the tank. Should see some header flames. And if we see them later tonight or later tomorrow night, we'll see plenty of header flames out of both of these race cars. For the injected Beatty and Malloy machine and the supercharged Frantic Fueler. Looking at each other, getting ready to spin over the starter, hanging off the snout there of the blower, or on the front crank of the injected car. Time to hear a little bit of cackle as the A fuel dragster of Beatty and Malloy comes to up in that car. We are good to go on the left, and we are good to go on the right. Scott Anderson motions his driver forward. And it looks like some trouble there for the Beatty and Malloy machine as he points it over towards the wall. That is not a good sign. X right now. We're going to have a single in the right-hand lane as you see Diamond Dave Brown climb out of the car, jump over the wall. The car sits prone down there at the 600-foot mark. But it's going to get loud in here. As the Frantic Fueler goes to the high side, steps off the throttle, he will coast on through to a 1086 at 72 miles an hour. But that car was hauling the mail for the first little bit. 969 on the short time there for the Frantic Fueler. 274 to the 330 mark, and by that time he was already off the throttle. That car has plenty more in it. They'll go back, tune it up. Now they understand what they're dealing with. In the meantime, Diamond Dave Brown had to hop the wall. He'll get back in the car now. We'll get him off of the racetrack. So our race cars clearing the top end of the track. Both cars with a lot more potential. And I'm sure we'll get more than one more opportunity to see both race cars before the weekend is over. Don't forget, we are running tomorrow as well, beginning at 11 a.m. And our highlight show begins at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, as we will have lots of different categories paired up together. Bob Buckley, the Rock and Roll Express, now getting set to fire up. All right, we're going to run the mullet machine here in just a minute. Right before that, the Rock and Roll Express getting set to head down track. Our categories, we're going to call our categories up here. Attention, bracket racers. Attention, gamblers / bracket racers. 4 cars left. Come on down. We'll take you to lanes 9 and 10. We'll take our bracket cars, our 4 remaining bracket cars, back to lanes 9 and 10. Come on down. We'll get you paired up. We'll also take stock / motorcycle to lane 1, hot rod to lane 2, E-gas to lane 3, D-gas to lane 4, C-gas to lane 5, B-gas to lanes 6 and 7, bracket cars to 9 and 10. We'll take you all now. Top end just about clear as the BD and Malloy get set to make the turn up there at the top end. Terry Simpson up here with this great looking food that he got from the Dragway Diner right over here. Didn't even know they had Italian beef, but by golly, it looks pretty good. And the Trackside Tavern over there as well, it is open. Some great food vendors on the other side of the track with the steak sandwiches and the cheese curds. The Blue Goose open over there as well. So for you folks over there on the west side, you can get a nice cold adult beverage and some Byron Dragway apparel as well. Stop by and see everybody that's out here to make your trip to the Glory Days event a pleasurable one. Lighting the fire on the Rock and Roll Express. Bob Buckley's machine out of Monee, Illinois. The blown alcohol car. We certainly have not seen everything that car is capable of doing because, frankly, the traction is too good. As soon as he launches the car, it goes straight up in the air. If he'd get the thing hooked up, he'd run in the 6-second range. And the problem is, when the car launches, it hits so hard it actually lifts the car off the ground. Sounds like they got a problem there. You saw them pulling it backwards because there was a problem with the reverser. Now the car's gone silent. Not sure if they're going to try to refire it or not, or exactly what's going to happen. Looks like they're going to pull one of the body panels off here, the cowl, to see if they can figure out why there's no reverse. And with this relatively modern design on an old standard, they're able to see right into the drivetrain, make any adjustments that they might need to make. Nobody's walked up to it yet with a really big hammer, so somebody just pulled out something and says, hey, is this supposed to be here? There's extra parts coming out of the car. I'm told that that was a battery that either came loose or failed. I'm not sure which, but they're going to run back to their pit area very quickly and grab one and see if they can get back to action. Again, we have called stock and motorcycle to lanes 1, hot rod to lane 2, E-gas to lane 3, D-gas to lane 4, C-gas to lane 5, B-gas to lanes 6 and 7, and we need our bracket cars, the 4 of you, back to lanes 9 and 10. Come on down. We will take you. For you folks watching on Drag Racer TV on YouTube, thank you very much. Glad you're tuned in. Again, thank you very much for tuning in. And if you're not tuned in, we would encourage you to do so, both today and tomorrow. You can watch the live feed free of charge on the YouTube channel, Drag Racer TV. You can always go back and watch the archive as well anytime after the conclusion of the event. Be happy to have you go back and enjoy the coverage from this weekend anytime you want. Well, this is a good sign. The car comes back to life. It's moving backwards under its own power. That's better. Getting set for the burnout right now for Bob Buckley. A little bit of fuel overflow back here, but that's all right. It'll evaporate fairly quickly as the car making its move now back towards the starting line. Here is Karen T backing up the car right now, strongly encouraging her driver to move over, move over, move over. Okay. Too far. Now we're good. Nope. Awful lot of movement there. Karen gets him set up. Bob Buckley will now roll forward. I don't know about you, but I'm already feeling better about this run. It's got plenty of power, unquestionably. The trick is to get the power applied correctly. Well, it may not have looked like it, but that's a better run. That's a much better run. 770 at 186 miles an hour for the Rock and Roll Express. The best part of that run was when he launched, it didn't aim for the sky. Now he has stopped down there at the top end of the track. That is a problem. We'll get him pushed on around the corner. Then it'll be time for the mullet machine. Goddard Malloy out of Aurora. Can't send him until we get the car cleared from the top end. How about that? The mullet machine, the Chevy van for Rich Kent Racing, driven by Goddard Malloy. 545 cubic inches of Ford power. I don't think it's up front. So just envision this. You're minding your own business, driving around the suburbs of Chicago. Pull up to the four-way. This rolls up next to you. He does a little bit of the whole popping the flame thing just like that. Well, we are good to go. MulletMachine67.com if you want to find out more. They're on the Instagram. They're on the Facebook. They're everywhere. It's the Mullet Machine. Oh, by the way, it might do a wheelie. Last time down the track, his longest wheelie ever. He went 1,200 feet on the back tires, almost as far this time around. 15:35 at 74 miles an hour, but how about it for the mullet machine, Goddard Malloy? If you like that, be sure and stop by his pit area and let him know. And that's just a preview of the wheel standing action you'll see right here at Byron Dragway, the home of the World Wheel Standing Championships later on this fall.
I would run your license card in and then go to the 4 bracket cars.
We have a license car coming up next, and then we're bracket semifinals will follow. Again, class cars that have been called: stock and motorcycles to lane 1, hot rod to lane 2, E as in Edward, gas to lane 3, D as in dog, gas to lane 4, C as in Charlie, gas to lane 5, B as in Baker, gas to lanes 6 and 7. Bracket cars lined up over there. Semis coming up for them. 4 cars remain in competition. The King Rat with the 427 big block. The Chevrolet backing up right now into the water box. He is the head man of the Brew City Grassers car group out here this weekend. Happy to have them on board. Working on licensing here for the King Rat. He gets the signal to spin up. Put it on the starting line. Here is Mark Davis. '55 Chevrolet. Over there on the right-hand side. The Autoland Outlets lane here at Byron Dragway. Nice run. Clicks it at the 1,000-foot mark, 993. 111 miles an hour for Davis. Bracket cars coming up next. Semifinals, they'll be dialed in. Terry Simpson's got the clipboard. He's about ready to grab the microphone out of my hand and tell you all about semifinal action here in our Gamblers bracket.
Thank you, Warren. This is round 2, like you said, of our bracket race. This is Chris Lang. He's over here in the left lane. He's in the 56 Chevrolet. Over there in the right lane, that's Josh Pardos. He's in the Nova. He's dialed 750. Left lane, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. That is Chris Lang. All right, Chris Lang, we'll see what he can do in that 56 Chevy. He's up against Mark over there in that right lane in that beautiful Chevy 2. 690 left, 750 right. They're pre-stage. Chris is in. That is Josh Arnold. Sorry, I said Mark. That's Josh. Win light, it is Chris Lang. He's going to go 694 on the 690 dial-in. Josh, he was dead 9, but he left 700s back at the Christmas tree. He could not catch him. Left lane, Chris Lang. He is going to advance. Chris, he'll be in the final. Now, who is he going to run the final? We're going to find out. Will it be the big Chevy driven by Dan Kunster, or is it going to be over there in the right lane, Ron Kruger? It'll be Ron or Dan running Chris in the final. We're going to find out here in about 15 seconds. We're going to have a winner. Left lane's dialed in, 639. Right lane, 851 for Ron. It was too close to call at the starting line, but at the win line, there you go. Dead 2 for the win. He was dead on that dial-in. 2000s over it, but that is your winner. Left lane, Dan Kuster. He's going to advance in that big Chevrolet. Right lane, Ron, he was only 400ths over. That was a tight race. But that left lane, just like all our big money bracket races, he goes dead on for the win. So we'll have Dan against Chris in the final round coming up here shortly. We're going to move right back into our stock cars right now. This is the stock car portion of Glory Days. There's that midget roadster. He's going to drive it home. He said as soon as he gets done with this pass, he's going to head back to Rockford. He drives that car everywhere. He'll be back tomorrow with it. That's Ron Johnson, 48 Ford Sprint car. He's got a 271 flathead in it. He's in the left lane. Gary Holt, he's over here in the right lane in the 41 Ford. Gary, he's out of Kingston, Illinois. I'm sure he gets plenty of looks when he drives that there midget roadster everywhere he goes. Sprint car. He's out front. Sprint car's out front. See if Ron will stay there. It looks like he's going to. 8th mile he's out front yet. Finish line. Yep, he holds on. 1506, 88 mile an hour, 1524 over in the right lane for Gary Holt. Chevy 2 over here in the left lane, and the El Camino is in the right lane. All right, here comes the El Camino trying to catch a Chevy 2. Finish line, who's going to get there first? It's going to be the Chevy 2. 1290, 111 mile per hour. 1311 for the El Camino at 99 mile an hour. Here's a stroker. 383 stroker in the left lane. I believe that's a 58 Chevy. Let me look it up, make sure I'm right. Yes, it is. 58 Chevy Biscayne. 383 stroker in it. Over there in the right lane. Eric Stefano, he's driving that 66 Plymouth Valiant. The Plymouth, it will go across the finish line first. It's going to run 12:56, 110 mile an hour. Left lane, 14:35 at 93 mile an hour. Pete Holland, he's over here in that 66 Dodge Coronet 440. That is one cool old wagon. Julie is the owner. All right, report of a part on the track. We're going to go check that out. C gas, lane number 5. B gas 6 and 7. B gas 6 and 7. A gas 8 and 9. Super stockers, you can bring them up 10 and 11. Super stockers 10 and 11. Factory experimental. Lane number 12, factory experimental, lane number 12. All right, somebody, you're missing a belt on your car. We found one on the track. It's broken in half, so it's no good to you or us. You might want to check because your alternator or your water pump may not be working. You may want to check, or maybe your power steering if you had that luxury. Again, attention in the pits. We'll take all D gas cars if you're not there. Lane number 4. C gas 5, B gas 6 and 7, A gas 8 and 9. Super stockers, you can bring them up 10 and 11. Factory experimentals, lane number 12. You can bring them up, make some runs. All right, beautiful Chevy 2 there in the right lane. Tried chopping that tree down. He's 44 red. Let's see what that car is going to run. How about a 1234, 108 mile an hour? Beautiful Chevy 2, beautiful straight pass. Dave Adams here in the left lane. 41 Willys pickup truck. Tristan Mold, she's over there in the right lane. 64 Olds. All right, Tristan. Union Carpenter driving that 64 Olds Cutlass. He's from Oxford, Wisconsin. Tristan in that Olds, run away with it. That Olds is going to run 1020, 129. Attention in the pits and the bleachers. Souvenir stand, Souvenir Superstore will be closing in about 15 minutes. They'll be closing the Souvenir Superstore in about 15 minutes. If you have not made your way over there yet, you're going to want to get over there. There are a few 2023 Glory Day shirts left in select sizes. So if you want to make your way over there and see if they still have your size, now would be the opportunity. There is no line whatsoever. Plus, if you want to pick up a regular Byron Dragway t-shirt or hat or license plate frame, whatever you'd like to pick up to prove you were here at the Playground of Power, they have it available for you. All right, Mark Davis, he's back up in the King Rat. 55 Chevy, this is Mark Davis. He's a president. Bruce City Gasoline Car Club. Mark's going to run 969, 133 mile an hour. Brian, he's in the left lane, popping the wheelies in that beautiful 55 Chevy. Over there in the right lane, that is. That was Ron Bruder. He's going to go 954, 137. Left lane was 1444 at 54 mile an hour. Chad Stewart in a 65 Plymouth Valiant, 408 cubic inches in that big Plymouth. He's going to go through the quarter mile. 13:43 at 100 mile per hour. That doesn't sound good for Matt over here in the 63 Chevy Nova. Sounds like the rear end or axle, drive shaft maybe. We'll see what it is. Nostalgia Superstockers, 10 and 11, bring them up. Nostalgia Superstockers, bring them up, 10 and 11. FX, factory experimental, lane number 12, we'll take them. Lane number 12. Remember, souvenir stand, souvenir superstore is closing, 8 o'clock. They're going to close 7 minutes. If you want to get something before you go home, you got 7 minutes before they close the gate. Souvenir superstore will be closing in 7 minutes. Also, the diner's open. South window of the diner here on the east side is the Trackside Tavern. If you'd like a cold beer, they have them right there for you. Trackside Tavern is open, along with on the west side, the Blue Goose trailer. The Blue Goose is open also if you need a cold beer over there. Plus, the food tents, food vans, they're still over on the west side. All kinds of good food to get here at the Byron Dragway. Playground of Power, and thank you very much for coming out here and spending your Glory Days weekend with us. We appreciate it. Hope to see every one of you back again tomorrow. Factory stock experimental, lane number 12 if you want to make a run. FX cars, lane number 12 if you want to make a run. Also at this time, dragsters and altereds, lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters and altereds, lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Patrick Hampton. He's in the panty dropper. Patrick. He's from Hebron, Indiana. That's a 1930 Ford A. Small block Chevy in there. DME Racing. That is his sponsor. That's a panty dropper. Patrick Hampton. Hebron, Indiana. It is one fast race car. Here we go. Patrick, let's see what he can do in a panty dropper. He motors on down. He's going to run 8:19, 160 mile an hour for Patrick Hampton. That is one great run. 8:19 at 160 mile per hour. We're back in the Nostalgia Superstockers. This is the Superstock cars. Doug Henderson over here in the 64 Plymouth Savoy. He's in the left lane. Over there in the right lane, that is Ike Andrews. Ike, he's driving that 63 and a half Ford Galaxy. Got 545 cubic inches in that car. 2 tons of fun. Never too late over here in the left lane in the Plymouth. And the Ford says it's 2 tons of fun. I'm assuming that means it's at least 4,000 pounds right there. The Plymouth over here in the left lane, and the big Ford, the big 2-ton Ford over in the right lane. Big Ford, he launches first, he's out front. Here comes the big Plymouth. Left lane will get there first, 10:44, 129. Right lane was 10:49, 127. Much better reaction time. That's why the slower elapsed time got there first, being in the right lane. All right, we're going to go down for a minute as we check the track. We're going to go down for a minute. We got to check the track. Dragsters and Altereds, if you could, lanes 5 and 6. Dragsters and Altereds, lanes 5 and 6, please. Final two cars of the bracket race, if you would come up, 9 and 10. Final two cars of the bracket race, we'll take you. We'll take the finals for the high stakes gamblers race, our bracket race. Come on up, the high stakes gamblers race. Come on up, the bracket race. Bring them up. Finals of the bracket race, you can bring them up. We'll run you. We'll run you next. Bring them up. Dave Doyle, 67 Ford Fairlane. Dave Doyle is in the 64 Plymouth Fury. This is a former West Coast Superstocker, NHRA stock certified. This car won the 74 Winter Nationals in Pomona. He was running Superstock EA at the time. Over there in the right lane, that is David Lee. 65 Dodge wagon. Dave will get there first. Is it going to be Doyle or is it going to be Lee? It will be Doyle. Dave Doyle will get there first. 9:12. I'm sorry. He got there first simply because he had better reaction time. He was a 1098, 120. David Doyle was actually 1076, 123. David Lee, that was 1020. The Illinois Outlaw here in the left lane. Bill Fusting, Wild Willie, his wife Kim, she's looking on in the left lane. In the right lane. Wild Willie, he's in the left lane, the Illinois Outlaw. Right lane, that is the front engine dragster of. Right lane, gonna get there first. Front engine dragster is gonna go 844, 153. Bill Fusting in the left lane is going to run 871, 147 miles per hour for Bill. In the Illinois Outlaw over here in the left lane. Mike Southwick, he only lives about 5 miles from here. He's in Stillman Valley, Illinois. He's in the left lane. His occupation, he's an antique auto restoration. That's what he does for a living. Kevin Kraus in the right lane. He makes a good run. Mike, he goes hard left, but he straightens it out. Right lane will get there first, 927, 133. 1131 for Mike, 125 mile an hour. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We need a tow for 2 tons of fun. The Ford, he's down at the end of the track. If somebody could go down there and give him a tow back, it would be much appreciated. 2 tons of fun needs a tow down at the end of the racetrack on the return road. If you could go down there and get him, he would really appreciate it. If you got a golf cart or a 4-wheeler or side-by-side with the tow strap, 2 tons of fun's down at the end of the track, he needs some help. All right, here we go. This is going to be our final for our bracket race. This will be the final for the bracket race. This will be our final for the bracket race for tonight. If you want to make a time run, if you're looking to make a time run, Stockers Motorcycles, lane number 1, Hot Rod 2, E-Gas 3, D-Gas 4, C-Gas 5, B-Gas 6 and 7, A-Gas 8 and 9. Bring them up. If you want to make a time run, bring them up right now. Chris Lang, he's over here in the 56 Chevy, left lane. He's owned this car for about 20 years. He's the third owner. He is only the third owner of this 56 Chevy here in the left lane. He's from Hinckley, Illinois. Over there in the right lane, Ron Bruder, Rock Falls, Illinois. Excuse me, that's Dan Krooster. He's in the right lane in that beautiful 67 Chevy. 11 years was the separation from the assembly line on these two cars. Let's see what's going to happen here today in 2023. There goes the 56. There goes the right lane. True Start will decide the winner. True Start means the worst red light is out. Was 122 red in the right, 005 red in the left. Win light it is Chris Lang in that 56 Chevy, 696 on the 690. Chris Lang, he is the winner of the bracket race tonight. AA Gas, Brew City Gassers, and Nostalgia Gassers will take you at this time. AA Gas, Brew City Gassers, and Nostalgia Gassers, we will take you at this time. Bring them up to the staging lanes. AA Gas Cars, Brew City Gassers, and Nostalgia Gassers, we will take you to the staging lanes, please. Again, attention to pitch. Just a heads up, the diner will be shutting down at 8:45. The Dragway diner will be shutting down at 8:45. That is a concession stand here on the east side of the track. If you still got the munchies, you're hungry, they got, I'll tell you what, that Italian beef, that was really, really good. Everything else is too, the hamburgers, cheeseburgers, brat, hot dogs, walking taco. It's all good food. AA gassers, we're looking for you, AA gassers. Brew City gassers, we'll take you. Nostalgia gassers, most of you have already pulled in, I noticed, but we'll take the rest of you. Bring them up as soon as you can. All right, here we go. This is AA gassers, AA gassers. Brian spots. It's crazy. That's right, it's crazy. In this beautiful Anglia in the left lane. The scare lane over there in the right lane. Jeff Jacobson, he's in the fair lane. That is the 55 Ford, usually fair lane, but today it's a scare lane. That is the scare lane of Jeff. Beautiful burnouts. They're burning the rubber right off those tires for sure. Rick spots. He's here in the left lane in that beautiful Anglia. Brian, he's out of Polk, Ohio. This is a 51 Ford Anglia, 427 cubic inches for Brian. They so carefully remove the American flags. Brian over here in the Anglia in the left lane. Jeff, he's over there in the right lane in the scare lane. Here they go. Whoa! Scare lane, he's up in the air 2 or 3 times. He sets it down. Brian, he's going to go through the 8th mile. Brian will get there first. 537, 137 mile an hour for Brian. Right lane for Jeff in the fair lane, scare lane that is. 663, 111. Brian spots in that beautiful 51 Anglia. He'll get there first. Beautiful 62 Chevy Corvette here in the left lane. That is John. He's out of Kenosha, Wisconsin in this beautiful Chevy Corvette in the left lane. Over there in the right lane, it's more motor than it is car. That is. Ronnie Greer. That's Ronnie Greer in that one I've never seen before, 55. Elmquist Sabri, small block Chevy. It really fills up the front end of that car. That small block Chevy fills up the whole front end. That right lane is stage. Brian, he is stage. Ronnie is stage. Here comes the Corvette. They're both in. That rat is hooking. Right lane. 561, 127. Left lane's going to go 573 at 121 mile an hour. Right lane gets there first, 561. Wow, that Pontiac does one heck of a burnout. That is one burnout from that Pontiac. That was Bill over here in the beautiful 63 Pontiac Le Mans. He burnt those tires about half off on that burnout. That's Gary. He's over there in the Joker. That's Joker. He's way out front. He's left. He's still out of the groove. The Joker's out of the groove. He's going to get there first. Gary, he's going to go 566, 124. The left lane in that big Pontiac. That big Pontiac's going to run through 576 at 122 mile an hour. That is one wild drag race there. Out front, Willie's pulling it on. Let's see what's going to happen. Right lane, left lane's there first. 604, 115. Right lane, 606 at 113 mile per hour. Neil Brown, he's in the 51 Chevy. He's in the left lane. Over there in the right lane. In the 56 Chevy wagon. That's Greg Ziegler. Greg, he is in the right lane in the 56 wagon. That is a gassed up 56 Chevy wagon. Over here in the left lane, the 51 Chevy. Fleet line. That 56 wagon's going to get there first. He's going to go 1050, 124 mile an hour left lane, 1105 at 121 mile an hour. Friendly reminder, racers, if you could, please put on your tail lights so we can see you from the starting line. We need your tail lights on. If you could put your tail lights on, that would help our starters see when you're off the track. All racers must have your tail lights on. John Carrero, he's in the 52 Willys Arrow. He's over here in the left lane. That's Johnny Bunker. He's going to go in that their beautiful Ford Econoline. He's going to run 1152, 110, 1249, 105 over there in the left lane. It's the Willys in the left lane. Over in the right lane, 57 Chevy. Right lane, Chad Stewart. He's got a 350 small block under the hood of this car. Willie, goes up long, sets it down, picks it back up, takes off again. He gave the 57 time to get around him. Let's see. Yes, he did not. He did not. The Willies come back around. 1093, 119, 57. He was 11-11 at 118. That Willies, he gave him every opportunity, but he could not capitalize on it. He still pulled it off. The Green Hornet. The Green Hornet's here in the left lane. Jack DeBerto, he's driving the Green Hornet in the left lane, over there in the right lane. That's Corey Trowbridge over there in the right lane. Left lane will get there first though, 1077, 116, 118, 1162, 106 over there in that right lane. Brian Forder, he's over here in the left lane in the 61 Chevy Impala. Right lane, that is. Kevin Smith, that's the 51 Henry J over there in the right lane. That is Kevin Smith. Is it going to be the Henry J or the Chevy? It's going to be, well, it was the Chevy, 1116, 118. The Henry J of Kevin Smith is going to run 1156 at 112 mile an hour. There's the Bone Shaker over there in the right lane.
All right, it's the Tri-5 Chevy over here on the left-hand side. The two-tone green machine pulling up here on the left, right side of the track, the Bone Shaker. Willis Coupe over there. Supercharged machine. Lights, both bulbs, ready to go. Here we go, we're staged and ready. Chevrolet moves to the top end of the track. Scoreboard will say 1049 at 124 miles an hour on the left. Right side, the Bone Shaker, 1297 at 100 miles per hour. Two more coming at you right now. How about the little blower car over here on the left? All chrome all the time. A little bit of flame out of the big block blower machine over here on the left. Right side, he calls it the Underdog. The Bantam altered over there on the right, little wing machine. Naturally aspirated race car over there. Little dragster over here on the left, dangles the wheels, heads for the other end. A little more horsepower getting to the finish line. How about a 944 at 140 miles an hour on the left-hand side. 995 at 129. Right side for the Underdog. Pair of little Chevy 2s rolling out of the water box right now, paired up side by side. It's the Sour Grape. That is the purple machine over here on the left. Carburetor stacks sticking up through the front. And on the right side, the Tough 2, Chevy 2. Both these cars appear to be similarly equipped. Clutch cars, I believe, for both. They'll drop the hammer and head for the other end. Should be, based on this end, a pretty close race on that end. Well, they're yanking the gears as they hustle towards the top end. How about a 009 reaction time, and he left second. Perfect reaction time, trip, zip for the top 2. 983 at 135 with a 009 reaction to green. That's good. Perfect light, right side, that's better. Brindley's Bullet comes up next, the straight axle machine on the left. For Jack's block room. Right side, the Tri-5 Chevy sitting up high and handsome. And it looks like little Chevy 2 is going to get there first, and he does. 1033. Left side at 125. The Chevrolet on the right, 1029 at 127. He was the quicker of the two cars, but left second by almost a quarter of a second. The 34 Vicky over here will make the single. Moving right on the racetrack there on the left side. Finish line says 985 at 118. Might have gave up a little bit at the top end as he was 112 at the 8th mile, 118 at the finish line. Next pair of classic race cars coming up right now. On the left, the pickup truck. They call it Rat Poison. Getting a little observation there, making sure everything is good to go on the left side. Right side, the High Life machine. The Falcon. The gold and burgundy Ford over there. Tinted windows, the whole 9 yards. Man in the water box gives him the signal to fire him up and let's go. And that's exactly what happened. The High Life Falcon backs up now. The gold metal flakes shimmering under the lights here at Byron Dragway. And the little Rat Poison machine waits patiently and gets set to pull forward. Again, a reminder, our lights are on. Your lights need to be on as well. The High Life machine gets sideways and he wisely steps off the throttle. At mid-track, the car gets all crossed up. But he straightens it out. Gets to the finish line 13:16 at 62. But that's not the story, as the car was all kinds of sideways. 896 at 145 for the Rat Poison. Next up, the little Angley over here. They call it Tub. and Squirt. Little family tribute right there. Bombshell Michelle Bacon behind the wheel. Alongside the green machine over there on the right, the straight axle Nova. Straight and true there for the Anglia. And we'll drive it to the top end. 1181 at 106 miles an hour for Michelle. Right side 1192 at 109. The Bad Medicine long roof machine over here. Nomad wagon. A-gas machine. And the Willys over there on the right. They call it Old Flame. What do I need to call? Big time wheels up start there for the Bad Medicine machine. 982 at 136. Right side 989 for the Old Flame at 131 miles per hour. Sounded like a misshift right there at the top end. 1206 at 86 miles an hour on the left for the Can't Kill a Roach Mopar. The Handyman right side makes a nice run as well. All right, so we're going to cycle through one more time. Stock and motorcycles to lane 1. Hot rod to lane 2. E as in Edward Gas to lane 3. D as in Delta Gas to lane 4. C as in Charlie Gas to lane 5. B as in Baker Gas, lanes 6 and 7. A is in Alpha Gas to lanes 8 and 9. So once again, stock and motorcycles to 1, hot rod to 2, E-gas lane 3, D-gas lane 4, C-gas lane 5, B-gas 6 and 7, A-gas 8 and 9. We will take all of you to the staging lanes now. And I'm guessing since it's about 5 till 9 now, this will be your last opportunity to run tonight. But don't worry, tomorrow beginning at 11 a.m., the track goes hot and we'll be able to get you down the racetrack one more time. The Smokin' Aces machine, 985 at 133 miles per hour. Hey fans, you want to stick around, find your way to the grandstands or along the fence as we've got our nitro cars coming back up. They are just about ready. And the mullet machine, the wheel standing flame throwing van, waits back here as well. Won't be long till we see those cars on the racetrack. So be sure to make your way up here where you can get a good vantage point of those show cars as the Beatty and Malloy injected a fuel dragster and the Frantic Fueler. Nostalgia Top Fuel machine make their way to the starting line coming up in just a little bit, as well as the mullet machine. So I had to Google it. The thing on the side of that car is the thing. It's clobbering time, he says. That's the Little Nova on the left. And the Hoochie Mama on the right. Nice looking run for both cars at the top end. The Hoochie Mama 954 at 132. 1127 left side for the thing at 112 miles an hour. Hey race fans, the mullet machine is up next. So you hear the Ford-powered Chevy van firing up back here in the staging lanes right now. Going to slide right up here. Goddard's van coming up now. No mistaking the flame-throwing mullet machine. It's Goddard Wagner. No burnout needed because he brings his own. Little cackle pop there of the flame, stabs the throttle. Now finding his way to the starting line right now. How about the mullet machine? Street legal. Can't quite get it to the top end this time around. Another beautiful run there for the mullet machine though. 8th mile wheel stand. How cool is that? And if you're in Aurora, next time you pull up to the four-way stop, you might just see it next to you. We're going to do a quick little bit of track prep right now before we bring out our top fuel cars. And over there in the pit area, we have a golf cart parked blocking our tractor. If your golf cart is blocking our tractor, we need you to move it, please, as soon as you can. Thank you very much. And it looks like it is being moved out of the way. Thank you. So we can get to the tractor and get it out here on the track so we can do some final track preparation. Again, our 9 o'clock session here, we're going to try to get everybody one more look at the track here before we call it a night. Our curfew, of course, is 10 o'clock. And we intend to be done before curfew. Plenty of action on tap for tomorrow. You want to be a part of it. Make plans now to come out. As soon as we can find our schedule, we'll tell you all about it. Tomorrow, Saturday. Don't forget the swap meet. We really haven't talked a lot about it, but the swap meet going on over there on the west side of the track. And vendors will begin at 8 in the morning. Race car gates will be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Spectator gate, which is gate 2, opens at 10, as well as the car show, opening at 10 a.m. The track will go hot at 11 a.m. tomorrow, and will run from 11 to 6. Excuse me, 11 to 6:45 will run. Then we're going to take just a little bit of a break. And then our racing show will begin tomorrow night at 7. We'll run from 7 until 9:30 p.m. with our pre-selected group for our night racing session beginning at 7 p.m. And we'll have you all finished up and send you home on your way at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. But again, tomorrow morning, track goes hot at 11 a.m. Don't forget about the Pinup Girl contest. That's also happening tomorrow. The Pinup contest, sponsored by Jim Casales Truck Repair, will be tomorrow, the 22nd. If you have not already registered for the pinup contest, you need to do so by 4 o'clock tomorrow, as the contest will begin at 6:15 p.m. Where can you sign up? Well, right over here at the Night Prowler booth, which is located directly behind the main grandstand. It is free to enter. It's a wonderful little tradition that's part of these nostalgia racing events. The pinup contest, presented by Jim Casales Truck Repair. That'll be happening tomorrow. You can sign up till 4. Contest will begin at 6:15 tomorrow afternoon. Hey, attention out there in the spectator areas. Want to let you know that both of our trackside bars, the Trackside Tavern over here on the east side and the Blue Goose over there on the west side, both of them will be closing at 9:15. So, as they say, last call for alcohol. Both sides will be closing at 9:15 tonight. So if you need one more before you call it a night, pop over there. We'll get you taken care of. But again, this is last call. 9:15 will be closing the bar on both sides of the track. All right, race fans, are you ready for some nitro? It is time for our Nostalgia Nitro Dragsters to get another look out here at the Byron Dragway racing surface. Getting everything in readiness up here on this end of the track. And they're going to switch lanes this time around. The Frantic Fueler will pull up over here on the left-hand side of the track. And the red car is the Frantic Fueler. Now it appears it's being pushed back. The Beatty and Malloy machine over there will line up on the right-hand side. So I might have been a little bit premature in telling you about these two cars. They are going to run, but before they do, we're going to get the spray rig out here and put down just a little bit more glue out here on the racing surface. Track is good, but we can certainly make it a little bit better by adding a little adhesion to it. So the liquid glue that we spray down on the racetrack to add traction here for our highest horsepower cars of the weekend. That's coming up. So a little bit of traction compound added out there on the first half of the racetrack. Should be sufficient to allow these cars to hook up and head for the top end. All right, take two. Right side of the track, you see him pushing forward now in front of the water box. That is the injected hemified dragster of Beatty and Malloy, Diamond Dave Brown. Nestled down there in the frame rails of that machine. Sitting in there between the sticky Mickeys. His earlier attempt did not go as well as they would like, as he completed the burnout and could not make his way back to the starting line. So he clicked the car off, rolled it over to the side of the track, stepped over the guard wall, and allowed Brian Inouye in the Frantic Fueler to make a single. And now rolling forward, here is the Frantic Fueler. 671 supercharged, fuel injected nitro machine. Dave Dahlheimer, owner. Scott Anderson turns the wrenches. Brian Inouye gets the honors of driving the machine. Brian has nitro in his bloodlines, as he is related to the Dave Hirata, the Kenny Hirata, former U.S. Nationals top fuel champion. And Scott Anderson, been campaigning this car a long time. And with his daughter Marina, they built their very own Big Show A Fuel dragster that Marina campaigned for several years. Now Kelly Kondratic is the driver for the Anderson family dragster. Both cars in position. And we'll start it out with the Beatty and Malloy machine. As you remember from the first run that they made, the blue car fired first. The injected nitro car needing to build a little bit of heat in the machine. And now the Frantic Fueler fires to life. The cackle of the nitro. You should be seeing some header flames out of the nitro cars as they move forward left side of the track. And Diamond Dave Brown. And this sounds a little bit better for Diamond Dave as the car's still cackling. He'll get to move back into position here and line up at the Christmas tree. And perhaps a reversal problem there. For the Beatty and Malloy machine. And again, no luck this time for Diamond Dave. Everybody jumps over the wall Ryan once again will get a single pass. You see a little bit of cackle of header planes right now. Wait till he mashes the pedal. And not the run they were looking for, as it looks like they might have kicked the tires loose at about 250 feet out there just as they passed the blue car on the right-hand side. And when it did, the Leahy device may have deployed, and the chutes came out way too early on the run. But it was fun for about 200 feet. 9:78 on the short time there. And then he was slowing before he got to the 330. He has stopped at the top end of the track right now. We'll go down there and fetch him. And the same for the Beatty and Malloy car. Tomorrow's another day. And we expect to see better runs out of both of those cars tomorrow. I know they both want to put on a better show than that. So let me run through these classes once again. Stock and motorcycles to lane 1, hot rod to lane 2, E-gas to 3, D-gas to 4, C-gas to 5, B-gas 6 and 7, A-gas to 8 and 9. Come on down. Try to give you one more look at the Terry Simpson has returned from his real racetrack duties. Actually, I guess this job is your real job as the voice of Byron Dragway. I'm just an interloper here. But Terry's here to jump back in and tell you about the rest of the action here on Friday night.
Thank you, Warren. At this time is what we're going to do, racers. This is going to be your last chance if you want to make a run tonight. As Warren has called you, stock of motorcycles, lane number 1, hot rod 2, E-gas 3, D-gas 4, C-gas 5, B-gas. Bring them up. If there's any factory stockers, factory experimentals, lane number 12. Once we clear lanes 5 and 6, if there's any dragsters and alterns want to come up and make the final run, that'll be up to you. That'll be open after we run these cars here. Chris Lang, could you please report to the tower? Chris Lang, race control, second floor of the tower, please. If you want to make a run, now is your time. 6 and 7. A-Gas 8 and 9. Super Stocks 10 and 11. Tractor Experimentals, we need you over there in lane. Gonna get there first. 902 in the right lane, left lane 970. If you want to make a run, now is your time. Bring them up. All classes, bring them up. Final run, bring them up, all classes. Attention in the pits, racers. 9:45, lanes are closing at 9:45. If you want to make a run, now is your time. Bring them up, all cars, all classes. Bring them up right now if you want to make a run. 9:45, we are going to close the staging lanes. If you want to make a run, please bring them up quickly. This is the El Camino over here in the left lane. Right lane, that's 58 Chevrolet. The 383 Stroker over there in the right lane. Left lane, the El Camino is going to get there first. 1358, 103 mile an hour. 1413, 80 mile an hour over in the right lane in the 58. 383 Stroker. Here's the 61 Chevy in the left lane. He was in Sixth Summer. He drove it from track to track to track to track. And then he raced it. 56 Chevy over in the right lane. Nice wheels up launch in the left lane, right lane. Looks like he broke a drive shaft possibly, I'm not sure. Left lane's gonna go. Racers, if you want to make all racers, all classes, bring them up. That's Tristan Mold in the left lane. In that beautiful 64 Olds Cutlass. Got a big block Chevy under the hood. What a burnout. Kevin Kraus, he's over in the right lane from Montgomery, Illinois. That's a 57 Dragster over there in the right lane. Oldsfield comes way out front. Here comes the Dragster though. Dragster, right lane, will get there first. 940, 134 mile an hour. Left lane, Tristan Mold gonna go 1030, 128 mile per hour. There's the King Rat. That is Mark Davis. He's making his final. Pass right here, Mark Davis, he's the president, Brew City Brewers. He's gonna run 9:54. That's his quickest pass all day. Great run for Mark. That should be his 6th pass. Here's the Willies in the left. Left lane, Willie's gonna get there first, 1090, 111. The other Willie's, 1205, 96 mile an hour. Here's a shorty dragster. I mean real short, maybe it's a roadster, left lane. That's the Henry J over there in the right lane. Yellow Henry J over there in the right lane. We're winding down if you want to get a run, racers. Lanes are closing in 10 minutes if you want to make a run. Now's your time, bring them up. That Henry J's way out front. Let's see if he can stay there. He had a heck of an advantage. Nope, he cannot. That dragster, 946, 139, 1158, 111 for the Henry J. I think he spotted him on purpose. Thank you to everyone who come out here tonight, Friday, during the day and the evening. Spend your evening with us here at Byron Dragway, the Playground of Power. We appreciate you being here. Hope to see each and every one of you back again tomorrow and Sunday. That would be great. Come back again tomorrow and Sunday. We're going to do all this again. 11 a.m. we're going to go on track tomorrow. Thanks again. Staging lanes are wide open if you want to make a time run. We're down to our final 10 minutes. If you want to come in, now is your time to run.
Well, you know what they say, third time is a charm. And that's what we're hoping to see here for the Beatty and Malloy car. And the throaty cackle of the Nitro car over there as it comes to life. Diamond Dave Brown with the best seat in the house. Looking over the top of the injector there, right down the barrel of the injected Nitro 8 fuel machine. Beatty and Malloy Racing. They've had their challenges tonight, but looking to put it together. Nice stout burnout. That's better. Little check of the injector hat. Now the car moves back towards the starting line area. This is all good. And I know they would really like to make a nice representative pass right here, right now. Adjusting the visor. Car pulls forward. Starting to look exactly like they want it to. This is all good. First time tonight he's had the opportunity to stage the car under power. Let's see what we got. Needs a little more fuel. Steps on the pedal. Lifts the wheels, carries them a long way. Wags the tail a little bit. Legs it out all the way to the finish line. 7:37 at 161 miles an hour. A wild ride right there. As it left with the wheels in the air, danced through the middle of the track, gets to the top end, 7:37 at 161. And more is better. We'll see them again tomorrow. So, a better pass for them. Directionally correct, as they say. And it looks like maybe we've only got one more car back there right now. The staging lanes are closed. So if you didn't make it up, well, enjoy your evening. We'll get to see you tomorrow. Right now we got just a couple of cars in the staging lanes before we call it a night here. Quiet hour starts at 10. That means no motors after 10 p.m. Don't fire up your race car and tinker around with it. None of that kind of stuff. Quiet hour begins 10 p.m., which is just 14 minutes from now.
This appears to be our final car for the evening. This is a Bad Medicine 55 Chevy. Dustin Robertson, he's in the Bad Medicine 55 Chevy wagon. This is the final car of the evening. It looks like there are no more cars. The lanes are closed, so we'll see everybody tomorrow. Bad Medicine, he's going to make the final pass of the evening. Let's see what he can do. Nice wheels up launch for the Bad Medicine 55 Chevy wagon. He's going to go 6:12 in the eighth, 9:66, 1:36, quarter mile. That will be it. Dustin Robertson, he will make the final pass of the evening. We will see everybody back here again tomorrow morning. All right, thank you for coming out, spending your Friday with us here at Byron Dragway, the playground of power. We really appreciate it. We look forward to seeing every one of you tomorrow and Sunday. 2 more days of this. We got 2 more days going on. Hopefully everybody stick around 2 more days. Enjoy your weekend with us here at Byron Dragway, the playground of power. Really, really appreciate it. We'll go on track tomorrow, racing, 11 a.m. Racing will start at 11 a.m. Swap meet, gate opens at 8. Racers, 9 o'clock, the gate opens for you. 10 o'clock for the spectators, and we'll go green again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thanks again for everyone for coming out here. We will see you tomorrow morning. Have a safe travels home.